Hello, boy. Can see myself. Hello. So very quiet.
I thought I was in.
Am I in?
I had to add myself, and I was like talking the whole time. So this is so crazy. I'm just so
We'll, we'll
silly.
we'll get the hang of this one day.
Yeah, I know, right? One day when it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I share a screen? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, are we just recording this, or have we gone live on YouTube?
No, it's live. It's live. I just checked it. We're good.
Okay. Is anybody joining us? Do we know?
I sent out a fresh invite, so we'll see who comes along. Aaron just said sorry, got a vid call from the wife. So he might be joining us because his wife went to China, so they were just talking.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Okay. So we were both watching Jose having a chat with somebody called Lewis.
Lewis Hackett. Lewis Hackett.
Yeah. I've only just
ICC shout out. SC, I'm sorry, Mark. SC Montreal shout out. Felix Culpa. Happy mistake. Happy mistake. Yeah. Gotta love those. Gotta love those serendipitous happy mistakes. Everybody, thanks for being here. And if you want to join the show, just put your email in the chat, and I'll send you an email or something like that. Or you know what? Let me put my Skype information in, and if you want to add me on Skype, then you can add me on Skype. Go ahead, Mark. Talking to Lewis Hackett, and he's got this really fantastic. Whatever. I'm not even going to say anything. Whatever.
Okay. He presents an image that he took of the power lines going across Lake Pontchartrain, and as he presents it, he says, "This is one where you can see the curvature," and he says right away it's boom. So he's playing to his audience, and we know that the audience would be Jose's audience. Now I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully, people can see this. Share screen. Yeah, I'm going to go to this one. And this is the image where he shouted boom. We can see the curvature, but he follows on word for word. There's no ambiguity and there's no mystery about this image. So let's have a look at that. This is proof of curvature. There's no ambiguity and there's no mystery. On the left hand side, we see the base of those power lines starting at sea level. They're obviously in the water, and they go way up into the sky. That's not ambiguous. There's no mystery about that. And the top
Hold on. I've got to add. See, I got to add your stream or your. You can't just share your screen. I've got to permit it. So now your screen is being shared. Got it.
Okay. For
Got
the
it.
audience, we were told that this was proof of curvature. This is first-hand personal knowledge from Lewis Hackett, but he took this photograph, and this is unambiguous, and that there's no mystery to this. So what we've got power lines going off into the distance. The base of the power lines obviously are somewhere in the water, but as you go along out into the distance, those bases go up into the sky, and the tippy toppies of those power lines where the wires are kept, they go off into the distance and actually sort of disappear, and then return in a parabolic curve back into the base. Excuse me, folks. of the power lines. And this is not ambiguous. This is absolute 100% proof of curve. There's no mystery whatsoever. Folks, please help me.
Well, again, because all that we said in the previous stream got lost, the information that is needed is the distance where he's located, so that what he thinks the distance is Welcome to the show, Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hello, hello, hello.
I can hear you. If you want to, if you want to save your bandwidth, maybe turn off your video. That way, your audio doesn't get a lot of distortion.
Is Danielle with us as
Yeah.
well? I can see Danielle there.
No, I posted her comment because she said you're pretty much the awesomest.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay.
That's the one thing I like about. That's the one thing I like about the StreamYard is that you can post everybody's comment if you wanted to. So.
Thank you, Danielle.
Okay, so just to catch. Oh no, Aaron, you were there.
What?
Okay, Aaron,
Travis,
why don't
why'd
you talk
send me
about
that
this?
Zoom? Well, real quick, why'd you send me the Zoom link earlier?
Because I thought that it would work, but the audio for Mark, if you joined Zoom, the audio for the guests wasn't feeding through the stupid OBS. So that's what it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. I was just wondering. So what comment on what?
Yeah. Hold on, real quick. Truth 101. This is the same team, bro. We're on the same team, so you don't need to post your shenanigans unless somebody else is putting some stuff up. So just back off there, big guy. Okay, so you were in Jose's show, Aaron, and Mark summarized what Lewis said, and then Mark ended with, "Can anybody help me with this? Can anybody help me with this?" How would you walk through this?
When Lewis said that. Remember, I was just on a video call with my wife for the past 15 minutes or so.
Lewis said three things about this image. He said that it's curve, it's unambiguous, and what was the other thing he said? Let me just check. There's nothing mysterious or unambiguous about this image. This is curve.
Well, Mark, from what I heard from Lewis there, he was very uncertain in every image he showed, right? And he was skipping through them very quickly until he found one that showed a whole bunch of miraging and weird effects, right? And he sounded uncertain. He was confirmation biasing with Jose, who was giving it right back to him.
Yeah,
you know, and it was just funny, man. Like,
yeah. Well,
Jose has the balls to bring on this brand new photographer guy called Lewis Hackett, who normally sits in the background of every chat just talking shit, and to allow him to present photographs and video of exactly what Travis has made clear of what's going on and got better images on second days, 5 days in a row, 3 months in a row, and Jose is just sitting there going, yep, that's curve, Lewis, right there. Yep, look at that. See, you know. I just thought it was funny. Sorry to cut you off, Mark. Go ahead.
No, well, Jose has two reasons to let this go. One is he's making a bit of pocket money out of his show, and I applaud him for that. That's not a problem. But he's also playing to his audience here. Jose tries to be the devil's advocate, but I don't know. Here he's let himself down. If you look at the horizon, it's not even straight. There's a hump on the right-hand side, and it goes downhill on the left. And the basis of those, pylons that are resting on, they go up into the sky, and the tip of those pylons go along into the sky, and then return back again like a parabolic curve into the base. And there's nothing ambiguous about this. There's no mystery about this. This is just 100% proof that there's a curve. Holy God.
Mark, did you record Jose's then? This is actually a screenshot from Lewis.
Yeah, as soon as he presented this, I had to do a screenshot, and I went back to record exactly what he said. I missed the rest of it, and I just I broadcast to Travis to say, Travis, let's do a hangout.
Yeah,
Shout
I'm
out
not.
to Ranty. Shout out to Ranty Flat Earth, who is too drunk to join.
Oh, Ranty.
No, Ranty, come on. I'm having beers too. Don't worry about it.
Come on, Ranty.
I guess it's late there though. It's probably what, 3 a.m?
No, it's not. It's 1:15 in the morning.
Okay.
Hey,
so come in, Ranty. You it.
Danielle, how do I tag the guests? Like in YouTube, you know, the at symbol tags people, but I can't figure out how to tag people. I'll send it to you in Skype, Ranty. We got him, guys. We got him. He fell for it.
So, Mark, this image right here, what I noticed, I think was very similar to what I just heard you say, is those bottom concrete foundations carry on out into a straight line. I mean, as straight as you can get through the ether band.
Yeah.
But yet the tops,
Everybody drink.
Okay.
The tops appear, it's just the tops that appear to go over this parabolic arch curve that they're calling curve.
Yeah, this is proof of globe. Can you not see that?
Well, let me see if I can pull up the Soundly Pontchartrain.
5 years ago, Mark, I would have seen the curve. I would have, right? 4 years ago.
Okay.
But now, no.
No, exactly. That this is such a distorted image. The way Lewis started, I don't know how old he is, but he's still a bit wet behind the ears.
He's just a punk kid. Yeah.
He started to ridicule flat Earth, and then he set himself up to confirm what he already believed. Now that is totally unscientific.
I was on Hangouts with Lewis and Isa Mahalski on and John Stunja, QE, like in 2015. Everything was disorganized. Back when Isa had Flat Earth Court, and Lewis was on there, and just a whole bunch of other random folks. And yes, all they did was just he's doing the same thing now that he did then, except now he has a camera. But every time he comes on to a show, he's just doing the same thing.
Let me try to share my screen. I've got the Pontchartrain image up. Oh, there he is. Sorry, Ranty. I don't like StreamYard because you got to let everybody in. So welcome.
Hey.
Hello.
Ranty.
You.
I need to check the stream because man, I'm like cold. Right, go on. I've got.
That's all right.
Ranty's on fire though.
Hey man, if I was on fire,
have y'all been watching Ranty's recent shows? Hell yeah.
Oh man, it's
Shout
cold
out
here.
to Gleam. Shout out to Gleam in the chat. Let's see. Here is Soundly Hip Hop Hills with a. I don't know what this is. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Mark, stop sharing your screen. I don't know if I can share mine if you're sharing yours. So stop sharing yours, and I will share mine and see how that goes. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Don't show these tips again. Thanks.
Me and Ranty are both hooded up.
That's whiskey, yeah.
Hey, Ranty.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. To be honest, I love Flat Earth. You know, I mean, it's like 1:30 in the morning or something. I can't sleep. It's like in my blood. You know, I sleep it. I wake up in the morning. I'm thinking about it. You know, It's
Well,
constantly on my mind, you know.
Ranty, there's two type of flat earthers. There's those that pontificate, and then there's the grassroots. And you are grassroots flat earth.
Thank you, thank you.
Not only
All right,
grassroots, but Ranty
I'm-
made certain roots actually by going out and doing what he does.
Yeah.
Hey, stay tuned. Stay tuned this week. I will be on Gerrans this week. I'm going to put a presentation together. It's going to take me a couple of days to put it together because it's all the information is coming at once. It's like an influx of information. It's really hard to say it right now, but when it all comes together, I know where all these pieces of the puzzle are coming together right now. And these pieces, I just need to put them in the right order to make a presentation about it. And believe you me, like Soundly's, curving bridge, Soundly's curving pylons, that's all going to be explained. Trust me, just bear with me. Germanisms this week, I'm going to do a presentation, and I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
Ranty, how do you cope with people saying once again Ranty proves globe Earth?
I don't care, listen, they're always going to have that. Right, there's always going to be the troll that has 10 sock accounts that's going to say the same thing, right? It could be three people on 30 different sock accounts, that's saying the same thing. And to be fair, I mean, the information speaks for itself. It's like, Ranty shows a boat going over the curve. No, he doesn't. How many times do I need to do a presentation or a series of images that show that it's just an inferior mirage? There's definitely no Earth curve there. But the narrative sticks, and I don't care. Listen, they're running scared at the end of the day. That's all they've got. And to be fair, I don't care. The proof's in the work. The work they're scared of this work. They're scared of all this information about shoaling. About how shoaling affects the wave height. It can triple the height of a wave. So you could have what's it called? Fucking hell, my head. I shouldn't have come on because I'm drunk. Yeah, right.
It's a wave.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's a wave upon a wave, isn't it? A shoaling.
Okay. So let's suppose you've got a 2 meter swell. Places like I don't know, Australia. You've got a 2 meter swell. And where Wolfie films, Rockness Island and stuff, you've got a 2 meter swell there. Okay, so let's say you got a 2 meter swell, but the shoaling effect is going to triple that. So it's a 6 meter swell. So you're on the seashore, and hello, well, you can't see over that bloody wave, can you? Because it's 3 times that. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
I mean,
and shoaling happens more near the shore, right? It gets more dramatic near the shore. Let's say.
Well, no, it happens where there's a difference between the steep and the shallows. So predominantly, like where I live or whatever, it's mainly like this. It's very shallow. It's very straight, and that's why we see shore to shore. We see a long way. But in places like Australia and New Zealand and Hawaii and stuff, you've got these deep crevasses that run off like this, and then you've got like a shallow, right? So this deep crevasse may be 1 mile offshore, or it could be 20 miles offshore. It doesn't really matter. Wherever this sort of like really deep area with a steep slope meets the shallows, is where you're going to get this bulge. You're going to get this bulge because you've got all this water pushing in, and it's going up the ramp, and it's got nowhere to go. So it's going to shoal. And hello, I mean, it can be calculated. And
okay, hold on, real quick, guys. I need to ask Danielle for help. So I tried to share my screen, Danielle, and I pushed everything, selected what I wanted, and it's not sharing. It's just a black screen right now. So I guess what I'm going to try to do maybe is I tried to share the application. Maybe what I'm going to do is just share my full screen.
There we go, Travis. Now I see Ranty, Mark, and
no, that's not what I want. That's not what I want.
That's what we
I'm
want
gonna
right
just have to
now while you're figuring it out.
Oh, that's what we want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't
All
have
right.
to
I think
look
I
at this
figured it
little
out. I'm just
tiny
going to share
pixel
full
of Mark
screen. How's
Jackson.
this?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
There you
How's
go.
this?
Yeah.
Oh, listen.
You got the
Hey,
full
okay,
punch
let me
train?
give a shout out to Mark Doxy.
Hey, can I just say,
Let me give a shout.
Sky Free,
Real-
the channel Sky Free, please, 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 everyone subscribe to Sky
Is
Free
she
channel.
in?
It's a couple, isn't it? It's a couple, male, female, and they do it together. And the Sky Free
Yeah.
channel, wow! I mean, it shows everything that
Hey.
we show in the small scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw it
It's
when
good-
you
it's good
presented
stuff.
that. Ranty, Jaron presented that tonight on his Friday Lounge too. That was pretty awesome. So
Oh, did he?
all those, yeah, all them subs and all those people watching there saw that same vid of that little RC boat with the flag on it.
Do you know something? That's fucking
Yeah,
awesome.
he,
Because 6 hours ago, I messaged Jaron, and he saw and he commented back. He said, "Wow, that's fucking amazing." So I actually feel that he saw the comment that I messaged him on Skype and was like, "Oh shit, yeah!" And he watched it. And he's like
Yeah.
promoting it. Oh, just brilliant, brilliant.
It was on his show. Yeah, and real quick, going back to Jose's show, just about what we might still be playing, but Ranty is the king of Globe Earth proofs. Yet, shout out to SE Montreal, because one of his comments was, all the ballers run to their mecca, Lake Pontchartrain, to prove curve.
Yeah.
They'll never go to one of Ranty's places. They'll never do that. They always run to Pontchartrain, their mecca. That's the only place we ever see this drastic, right?
I am going to destroy this image and every other image that Sound has ever put out this week.
Good man.
Trust me on this.
Yeah.
I will destroy this week. It's game over. It's not even argumentative anymore. It's using their own arguments against them. It's using their own models against them. Everything's going to be just smashed soundly. Bye bye. See you later, soundly.
Ranty,
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Ranty, who's your hero in Flat Earth?
Who's my hero?
Okay, I'm going to tell you mine before you say yours.
Actually, I don't have a hero in Flat Earth. I think we're all just here in our own individual way, looking for the truth. And listen, right? Okay, so we've got people like Beyond the Imaginary Curve. We've got Dell. Right, okay, me and him, we've had our differences, but ultimately he's still a guy looking for his truth. And you've got other people like Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent. You've got Nathan Oakley. You've got so many people out there looking for the truth, and intermixed between all of this, the truth is there. It's just a case of finding the common ground. Some people put a model towards something. Some people believe in the ether. Some people don't. Some people believe in gravity and others don't. But ultimately, one thing we can agree on is that the Earth is flat. And to say who
I would have to say that
I can't.
Can I
I would
tell you
have
who
to
my
say
hero
that
is?
Mark, I would have to say that the effort itself is my hero for all this information coming out from each individual.
Yeah.
Like all the people that just named Dell, Nathan himself, Travis, get word, just all these folks are bringing me, I'll make it individual, different pieces of information. Now, if you go to the Globe side, it's the exact same story, the same rhetoric over and over. Nothing new, right? But on this side, it's the information that is just from every individual. Y'all are looking in different places and conglomerating onto these shows, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah. It was a bit of a leading question, and Ranty will agree with me here. What about
He
Sandra?
wanted you to say the plain truth is what he wanted you to say.
No, I didn't. No, it's Sandra.
Shout out Etherban.
Oh.
Etherban.
Oh, sorry, Mark. I thought I misread that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sandra.
Carry on.
P900 Coolpix. I think she does an amazing work, and she doesn't make any comments. She just puts the artwork out there all the time.
Sandra is awesome. I mean,
shout out to Sandra. Yes, indeed, big time.
I met Sandra a couple of years ago, before she even had a P900, I think, and she put her first video out. I was one of the very first subscribers that she did. But she constantly, because she lives right there. I mean, she lives no more than a couple of 100 feet from the seashore, so it's like she can go out and she can capture these beautiful images of the Isle of Man. She can see Barrow in Furness. She can see the sunset. You know, she's got it all on her lap. Literally, just go out on there and do that. And I love the work she does. She's got a drone. She's got a P1000, P900. You know, she's really put the effort in. Please, if anybody's in the chat right now and sees P900 Cool Pics, subscribe to her, because her images are beautiful.
Yeah.
Gleam has Gleam spammed the Sky Free, so Gleam might just throw us out Sandra Cool Pics P900 if you're up for it, Gleam.
What I love about Sandra as well is that not only is it beautiful artwork, she doesn't have to comment and she doesn't give any background information.
She doesn't make any claims.
No, just watch what it is and let it stand on what it is. I love her work.
Have you guys watched any other of her presentations? Especially recently, I've got some notifications, and they weren't anything to do with Flat Earth. It was more of a dictation about a subject, sometimes religion or something. But she is so listenable, right? Very, very listenable.
Yeah.
That I'll just sit there and listen. I'm not sure what I think about the topic yet, you know, and she also does that style of presentation also, which is cool.
Thanks, Graham, for putting that in.
I've got to say, I love Sandra. I love her work. What can you say? I mean, she does the most beautiful images. It's like, I have a drone, and it's like, why would I go out and use my drone to film the same things that she's already done 1,000 times? It makes no sense, you know. But you know,
well, because you got a different audience.
Yeah, but she puts a camera up, and she's got this. I don't know, just everything about her photography is beautiful, and it's all about this beautiful. This is the reality of of where we live. You know, there needs no explanation, exactly like you say. And I'm completely the opposite. I'm down and dirty. I'm lying on my stomach. I'm getting wet. The waves are crashing over me, and I'm still filming. You know, and I'm still filming.
It's man versus woman. It's a different perspective, right?
So Ranty, who's your hero then?
I don't have a hero. It's like listen. Anybody that stays this length of time with the amount of trolls that we've had, anyone that stayed this amount of time with the amount of trolling that we've had, right, and the amount of people that are here saying you're this and you're that, and oh, you're a Freemason, and you're this and whatever. It's just anything, you know, anything that they can do to try and scare you away. And most people, I mean, most flat earthers that have put little videos out of stuff, I imagine they've got scared away because there's people there. You know, you put a video out, your first video out about flat earth, and people are delving into your background, who you are, what your name is, where do you work, who's your friends, you know, and they post comments on your channel about that. And if you've got like a fear of that, you know, you're going to shut up, you know, but this is what they do. This is what they do. And to stay the course, stay where you are right now. The people that are in this right now, all the people that are still putting content out there from the last couple of years at least, in fact, even the last year, those people that are still putting those comments out, still putting the videos out, they're the ones I respect. And that's essentially everybody on flat earth. Regardless of where we are right now, we all agree the earth is flat. It's whether or not we can agree on the gravity situation, the ether situation. You know, there's issues to solve, but we all know the earth is flat. And that's it.
Travis, how many people can join us tonight?
I don't know. Want to find out? If anybody wants to join, okay, yeah, go ahead, Flatsa. Yeah,
I just sent him the link. Hopefully he'll join us. Ranty put me onto Flatsa recently.
Just
and
to let everybody know, I timed out Danielle because she said I should go home because I'm drunk. Okay, and that's just not that's over the line.
Hey,
So
I'm
she's in
drunk.
timeout.
It's me that's the drunk
Spank her
one.
on the
Flatsa
give her a little spanking. She'll be all right. She'll be all right.
Sorry though,
Hey,
I don't think I
Ranty,
would have done it if I knew. It's a 5-minute timeout, so I apologize, Danielle. I didn't know it was 5 minutes.
Hey, Ranty, just to put a little twist on Mark's question, if there was one channel that you would not like to see ever die off,
Die off.
which one would,
Oh, crikey.
or just be forced off by the Globers or media or whatever? If there was one channel that you would not like to see forced off, not including your own,
Okay.
which one?
Richie from Boston.
Okay, cool. Yep.
And you've probably
He's a long
never
time.
heard of that. You've probably never heard of that guy, but yeah, Richie from Boston.
No. I watched Richie from Boston for a long time. Not recently, but back when he was doing more conspiracy stuff. Not quite flat Earth stuff.
But he's still into it. He's still into a lot of stuff. You know, I mean, he's into the 5G, he's into the 9/11, he's into the chemtrails. You know, you name it. You know, he's all over that, and he's still doing it. Yeah, mad respect. I mean, the guy's got a massive channel as well, and yeah, that's it. If there's one channel that I would like to save from all of the channels that I'm subscribed to, I'd say that would be the one.
So you get a lot of information from that style channel, and it hits home. You know, I have my favorites also. You know.
Go on. Who's your favorite?
Right now, my favorite is Marty Leeds, 33. My favorite.
Marty Leeds is good. Marty Leeds is
just
good.
to listen to. Yeah. For listening content, because I can't watch a lot of times. I can't watch when I'm working or doing stuff. So just to listen, Marty Leeds.
Marty Leeds is he's a very listenable person. I love his work, by
And
the way, as well.
research and presentation. He's also a musician, just stuff like that, where I know he's way more artistic than me. Like he's got his left brain and right brain working, and it opens up mine when I listen, or at least I try. But what about you, Travis?
What about me?
Favorite channel or channel that you would like to not see disappear?
Oh, ay.
What's your go-to?
Pick a word.
I don't know. I don't know that I. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I pretty much have subscribed to all the channels that I have a lot of respect for. So when they come up in my feed, I'll tell you this. If I'm subbed to your channel and you pop up in my feed and I'm there, I open your stream, I thumb you up, I say hello, I share the show. I do that with everybody that I sub to. So I don't know that I can say that I've got a favorite. You know, I mean, Ranty, I don't know. I try to do that with you. If you're on, boom. Even if I can't watch the whole thing, at least I've opened it. I've given you a thumbs up. I've said hello in the chat, and then I go on. Even if I'm watching Ranty and somebody else's channel pops up, I jump over there right away. Boom, just to get it done. So yeah. Everybody. This is why I said to Ranty before about Sandra. You know, why should I try to take these photos again? Well, because my listening audience is different than Ranty's, and his is different than Sandra's, and Sandra's is different than mine, and all that kind of stuff. So, and we're all going to cross-pollinate, you know. So I don't have it, you know. I love Ranty's stuff, absolutely love it, and Sandra's stuff, and you know. So I mean, there's some channels that I do sub to that I don't really necessarily support, but they need support
It's a hard-
by numbers. So, you know,
This is going to sound really.
It's a hard question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Ranty.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask Mark Doxey if there's one channel that he would not want to see disappear, what would it be? And I guess he already said Sandra, but maybe that would just be for images, or is there another channel of information that you like?
I love
A lot.
listening to a Phuket World or Phuket World.
yeah, it's Phuket.
My perspective, Jaren, all the old timers that started 5 years ago, who taught me so much, and I also wouldn't like to see an end to Nathan's channel either.
Me neither.
Yeah, you know, it's a love-hate relationship. I think that he is absolutely ace in everything that he does. There's certain things about his show that I don't appreciate, but you know what? That is a very small percentage compared to the amount of information that he puts out. I think that I have probably learned most from his show in the past.
But recently, when
Yeah.
it becomes the QE channel, it gets hard to listen to me. Nothing against John and the knowledge he puts out and the information and backing it up with sites and resources and all this stuff. However, his presentation gets a little bit on my nerves sometimes.
There's another guy that I love to listen to that Ranty didn't know who existed. You were going through some flat earthers, and he calls himself Banjo Japan Brazil, something like that.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
You made a comment recently about him, and you sort of you said he's a bit too Eric Dubay.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Sure it's me.
I'll
Not a soccer cat of me. I've never heard of that guy.
you were going through a list of flat earthers.
Who I was?
Yeah. I remember now. The context of it was YouTube is filtering out flat Earth, and you put in flat Earth in the search bar, and all these sort of anti-flat Earth websites are coming up until maybe 20 points downwards, and a few started to come in. Do you remember that?
I do, but I don't recall the channel. And
and there was one guy you came across, and you sort of looked at it briefly and thought, yeah, that's an Eric Dubay follower, and then you went down, and I was surprised you hadn't heard of him. This is not an attack on you, Sunshine.
Oh, right. Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said I had heard of him, because I was like, we're on the wave late. You know, I don't.
The very first time you heard of him was when you were going through this list. But he calls himself Japan, Brazil, Banjo, Flat Earth, or something like that. And he's recently written a book on emergency landings of long distance flights. And there's like 20 of them where they made an emergency landing, and it didn't suit the globe Earth, but it suited the flat Earth. I'll send you a link, but it's fascinating. Well, there's a flight going from Australia to South America, but it made an emergency landing in Saudi Arabia. And this is all documented to show how the flights work on a flat Earth, but not a globe Earth.
There's so much information out there right now that's destroying this globe argument. I mean, everything from these emergency landings on planes, I mean, it's not the first one that's happened. There's many examples of this.
He's written a book, and it's 20.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm sorry. Another faux pas with StreamYard is that they don't scroll up when people join. So I've been looking for people to join. No one's joined. I scrolled down, and there's Flatsa sitting there. Flatsa, are you there? He was sitting in the background, so I just added him.
Hey, can I just say, Flatsa is absolutely brilliant. I just want to say that because he's always emailing me, talking to me on Facebook. I don't always get the time to respond to him, but what he does is he goes out and he absolutely kills Miles Davis with his observations. Everything Miles Davis puts out, he goes back and he just repeats it and he puts the proper information in it and he destroys everything that he's ever done. Flatsa, you are ace, by the way. Thank you.
Are you with us, Flatsa? I'll drop
Can
out
you hear me?
to let him in.
Yeah, we got
Hello?
you. I can hear you.
Hi.
Can you guys hear him? I can
Okay,
hear
Travis.
him. Welcome. I don't hear anybody else talking right now.
Okay,
Does
Travis.
anybody else?
Okay, can we all
Travis,
keep quiet for like 10 seconds
I think
and
Travis
let
is.
Flatsa say hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Flatsa, hello.
Yeah, Travis, your mic might be cutting everybody out.
Hello?
Just so you know, it's pretty loud. Hey, Flatsa.
Hello, everybody.
Woohoo!
I don't know if my audio is that great. I'm just using my laptop microphone, so
Sounds good.
I'm not as fancy as you guys with the mics. That.
We're not
but
fancy.
yeah,
We're not fancy.
I don't know if everybody can hear me or understand the Scottish accent. Ranty will probably get.
Yeah, I love Scotland. I absolutely love it. We try to get away there at least twice every year, and I hope to retire there. So another 20 years time, I'm hoping to retire in Scotland. It's a beautiful place, but I love what you're doing, Flatsa. You go out there, you've got your P1000 out there, and every time Miles Davis puts an observation out, you go and you just go back and you just crush everything that he's trying to say. He doesn't get Miles the Davis. What is it? Miles the Lion Davis. He doesn't get that nickname for everything, but you go out there and you destroy everything that he does.
I mean, it's not that I'm trying to, follow him. It's just, we must stay in the same area. I mean, I don't know where Miles stays, but it's easier for me. I work in Edinburgh. It's just easy for me to go and get these observations. But I've been kind of working on my recent ones are sort of 20-mile observations, and you can get them from the beach, Ranty, as you'll probably know. Little lighthouses that should be behind the curve from 20 miles from the beach, and these are just they're going to get better as the weather gets better. These videos are going to get better. The weather in Scotland's not the best, but yeah, these can only get better. They're already there. The videos are in. The lighthouses are there. The locations are locked in. It's just a case of getting better weather. I mean, you don't really need the better weather. The videos are there. The evidence is there right now. But for the audience and for anybody who doesn't quite understand what's going on with the distances and what you should see and what you're not able to see, with the better weather, we'll get better pictures. And a picture says 1,000 words, as they say. So that's what I'll be doing.
Can you give a shout out to your
it's great
channel?
to get
as well? Can you give a shout out to your channel? How people can find it on YouTube?
It's just Flatsa.
Is that FLATSA? Sorry, can I just confirm?
Yeah, that's it.
FLATSA.
Yeah, that's it.
Right, good.
It's just like flat and then SA. It was a bit of a play on NASA. So, but yeah, yourself, Ranty, when you're out with a camera. I mean, I get other images. Just getting out and about, getting fresh air, climbing up hills, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's great. Just when the weather gets a bit better, we'll get some better images.
Flatsa, can you share the screen and show us something that you've debunked from Miles Davis?
I think so. I'm not quite sure how to share the screen now, but
At the bottom of
if anybody can tell me.
Image, you'll see share.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share screen. Share screen. Share screen, blah, blah, blah. It's easier with 2 monitors, but I don't have 2 monitors right now.
I don't mean to stroke my subscriber ego, but I remember subscribing to Flatsa when he had 7 subs. I was number 8. Yay!
Woohoo!
Yeah,
That's awesome. That's
I
awesome.
think I've got
Actually,
about 100 or something like that.
Yeah, he was on.
You know, to be honest
he came
with you,
on one of Jose's.
you have more than
Yeah, Flatsa,
100.
you came on one.
Surely you have more than 100. Do you not have more than 100?
No, not
I
quite.
think it's
Not
about
yet.
100.
You got a. Oh, it's 109.
I think it's about 100.
Well, I'm subscribed.
Flatsa, you
Hey,
came on.
listen,
Okay,
guys,
well,
listen real quick.
Hang on, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh.
Don't tell me to wait a minute. Don't tell me to wait a minute now. Go ahead. I'm just kidding.
Listen, I'm gonna post this link in the chat right now, and I hope everybody subscribes to Flatsa because he's fucking amazing. Right, here we go. Boom. Right, go and subscribe to the channel, Flatsa. There we go.
Cheers.
He has to show the proof of the pudding now. Come on, Flatsa.
He's got proof. Trust me. Man, this guy's
right.
all over this. This guy, he's a mini me, but he's a bigger me because he's doing more work than I am right now. So he's actually a bigger me.
Well, you can see. I don't know. Can everybody see my screen there? Yeah.
Share screen is not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I don't know if everybody can see the screen there. I thought I'd share screen. Hold on. Try it again.
Maybe somebody's sharing the screen over.
Share screen. Share screen. Your entire screen.
Well, once you know, I gotta stop sharing. I stopped sharing, so try it again. Flatsa.
All right, John. Yeah.
Yeah, they never got to my
application window or.
They never got to my screen share, so count yourself lucky.
Hey, listen, Flatsa, would you do a presentation on my show?
That would be brilliant.
Yeah.
Would you come on and do? Would you come on and do a presentation? Seriously, you need a bigger audience. Your photography, your work, your ethic is amazing. I can't thank you enough. You like them, right? I need to hold. Right, you're gonna come and join. Yeah, please say yes.
I say yes.
Yeah. Well,
Flatsa, just be glad.
Yeah.
Be glad you're not in a bar right now and you're not female.
I'm not trying to pull him.
Say again.
No, we'll just we'll go way past that one.
Oh man.
Right.
All right. It looks like we got. It looks like we got here.
Am I sharing?
Hey, Ranty, I don't know. He's got a 37-mile observation. You might want to check that out. You know.
Listen.
Okay, guys, quiet. Hold on, real quick. I've
been talking to Flatsa for the past 9 months. You know, this guy's awesome. I can't believe he's only got 100 subscribers. I mean, what the hell's going on, guys? Come on, seriously.
I know.
He should have 2,000 subscribers. This guy's amazing.
We have 110 right now. We have 110. We just have evac 311 says 110 now.
Go on, Flatsa. Show us an image.
Oh, that's great.
This guy is amazing.
Yeah, I've got an image up. I don't know. Can you guys see anything like that?
Yeah, your screen is showing. Yeah, I can see Flatsa's screen.
Is this showing now?
No.
Yeah, we have your file. We have.
All right. I mean, probably Mark will see this one, or probably better explain it. I've been talking to Mark about this, but this is an image that Miles Davis took it. This is a 3 meter from.
So hang on. We can only see. We can your list of images. Double click on 201.
But can I just say, look at all the folders he's got.
Yeah, we can only see the folder.
Yeah, that's all.
Look at all the folders he has. It's like a mini me. Seriously, this guy's amazing.
I did click on that picture there. Hold on. See if that comes up.
We got Flat Earth Data in the house. Are you there? You should be
Can
able
everybody
to.
see that picture?
It's not gone through yet.
No, we don't see. We only see your file folder, Flatsa. We can't see it if you open up the picture right now
crazy.
for some reason.
That's
If you
weird.
go back
I
to,
can see his mouth.
Right
hold on,
click.
everybody, quiet, please. Everybody, quiet, please. Flatsa, if you go back to sharing, start over again. If you go back and just share your entire screen, try it that way, okay?
Share screen.
All right. While he's doing that, Flat Earth Data, you want to unmute and say hello? All right. He's in the show right now. He's just on mute. So we've got shout out to Mark Doxy, Aaron Moorfield, Ranty Flat Earth, Flatsa, Flat Earth Data. Flatsa's screen, I've got to add it. There you go. Okay.
Okay. Can everybody see that now?
I got it.
Hold on. I'll double click that picture. Can everybody see that one?
Got it.
That looks like my Anacapa Highland shot, man. Yep, you're good.
Travis.
Yeah,
Travis.
Yes, Aaron.
They're
Hey, can you
quite
guys
similar.
Real quick, can you hear a bunch of background noise when I'm talking? I'm basically doing
I
laundry and
don't
shit.
know.
Kind of loud. Okay.
No, I mean it's not. It's just very, very, very subtle. So I don't think you have anything to worry about. All right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear. Don't hear very much myself.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
All right, Flatsa, what are we looking at here?
Okay, hold on, real quick. Yep, Flat Earth Data, we got you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, now Flat Earth Data
Okay.
just joined. Just did a mic check. We got you. Okay, Flatsa is right now sharing his screen. So everybody, please go on mute. I'm going to mute myself as well.
Okay. I've showed Mark these images, so he knows quite a bit about these ones as well. But basically, when Miles Davis took a photograph of these islands, they're in the Firth of Forth, which is just off the coast of Edinburgh in Scotland. This island on I hope everybody can see where my mouse is tracking there. The island on the left is Fidra, and it's got this lighthouse. When Miles took it, I don't have I probably bring that one up, but he's got a video on it. But Miles took the photograph, and he's the top half of this lighthouse, and that's it. And I've been to this location before, and I thought, no, that's not quite right. Obviously, there's a bit of miraging going on here, so we don't get the full picture. But you can see from 3 meters on a different day, you can capture a whole lot more. With the correct weather conditions, we'll get everything at this island. Bearing in mind, this is about 20 miles from the camera, so it's going to look smaller. I'll just sort of scroll through some of these. That's a video. I don't know if it'll play.
All right, wait. Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to talk through that right there? That image that you froze on right
What?
there?
This video.
The island. Well, the island to the right there. When you got into when it came in closer.
Right.
Was it a video or was it a still? Yeah. Yeah.
There was 2 still images, and then I skipped to this video. I don't know if it was lagging or anything like that. But yeah, I can explain. Basically, if you go on to I know, begging a question, don't tell Quantum Eraser. But from this is a 3-meter observation from this island's about 20 miles away. This one over here is about 21 miles, and then Bass Rock's about 25 miles. This big one in the middle. But when you go on to Walter Bislin or Metabunk, you're not supposed to see these islands at all. This Fidra's gone.
I have a question.
Yeah, Ronnie.
I do have a question. Right. Okay. So the island that's in the foreground on the right.
Hold on, I'll go back to it. Sorry, mate. Yeah, this one. Okay.
Let me just double check that you're showing the same one. Yeah. So the island on the foreground in the right. Why?
Yeah.
Why are we seeing part of the island or an image of the inferior mirage of the island overlapping the island that's in the foreground on the right?
So,
you see the gap. You see the gap. A third of the way.
Yeah. That's something I'm speaking to Mark about. The island on the right hand side, the darker island, Ranty, is actually closer. So that's about 21 miles.
So why is there an image?
So
why is there an image of the island behind it, superseding the image of the island in the foreground?
Ranty, Simon and Dan debunked this. Simon and Dan debunked this 2 years ago. Remember when he went from 1 subscriber up to 250,000 in about 5 months? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that he was buying his subs. Yeah.
Yeah, this was his first flat Earth debunk that we met Simon and Dan on. Remember?
I don't know if it was this image. All I'm concentrating on is the island on the right, which is a third of the cross from the left. You appear to see the island behind it overlapping the island in front of it. And I'm asking, why is that happening? Why is that inferior mirage happening over the island in the foreground?
Ranty,
the simple answer for this is that the inferior mirage is simply hiding what's behind it.
Ranty, that's a brilliant point.
Yeah.
The punchline here was a reply to Miles Davis that the lighthouse on the left-hand side, you should only see the light and nothing else. But the island on the right is superimposed on the background island.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see there, Ranty.
Can I add something real quick?
Have I dropped out, have I?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of dropped out there. Yeah.
Dropped out a little bit there, Mark.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if we could draw the vanishing line, on that very distant island, it would, I would say, we okay? Are we lagging?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
You're not, but Mark was lagging a little bit there.
Okay.
No, we're off.
All right.
Now,
So let's start at the lighthouse. Okay, we're going to start looking at the lighthouse and then go to the right with the landmass behind it, and you can see the tip pointing.
Yeah.
Over to your left. Over right there. Okay, that is the vanishing line. That's where the mirage starts.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that is where the actual water line should be, but it cannot be seen because it is behind.
No! Don't be going saying that bullshit. That isn't where the actual water is. That's not the case. That is not the case. Travis, that is not the case.
Okay, hold on, Randy. Then let me make a slight alteration. Then if you cut the space between that line and the water line below, it's somewhere in there. Then how about that?
me and you need to have a discussion, perhaps off air, when I'm less drunk.
That's
And
fine.
we'll talk about this.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, that's fine. All right.
The sort of weird thing about this is this island on the left and the island on the right are roughly about the same distance away. I mean, this one's slightly closer, about 20 miles. This one on the right-hand side is about 21 miles. But the island at the back is about 25 miles. But what's actually happening when you look at these, when you put these images into GIMP or something like that, the island in the back is miraging, and it's coinciding with the mirage line. Obviously, it's running through here, but that tells us that this mirage is starting. It could even be in front of these islands, but it's starting here, and it's going right across, and it's obviously it's continuing right across here, but the mirage is actually 5 miles in front of this big rock at the back.
Have you guys ever heard of upward refraction?
Say again, Ranty?
Have you guys ever heard of upward refraction?
Upward refraction.
So here's my initial response to that, Ranty.
Travis, have you
Okay,
ever heard of
go ahead.
upward refraction? Have you ever heard of upward refraction?
I have not, but I was going to give you my response.
Okay, so upward refraction is a downward arc of the light rays to the observer.
Can you show us an example of that, please?
Within the next week, perhaps on Jeranisms, I will be showing how that effect, which you're seeing
Okay,
right now
great.
in this image,
Uh-huh.
is absolutely perfect for a flat Earth proof, and uses the globe, quote unquote, mathematics with this upward refraction to prove that we live on a flat plane. Seriously, I mean, once you see the presentation, you're going to be blown away. That's all I can say. But if you don't know what upward refraction is,
Ranty, can you maybe? I'm sorry, real quick.
No, it's cool, Travis. I was just going to say these
All
are
right,
these are 6 meter observation now.
Ranty, can you possibly throw a link out here for something that you would? Because I'd like to look into that and just have a reference, if you wouldn't mind.
to be honest, it's going to take maybe 15 different citations from 15 different videos and a concise explanation of what's going on in each, and then make a collaboration so that everybody gets it. I
get you.
Once it's all done, right, there can be no arguments about what's going on here, because what we're doing is we're taking the globe argument, applying it to a flat Earth model, and then we're applying those laws, bearing in mind those laws, and we're receiving images that will be hidden from the bottom up. Will be hidden from the bottom up, right? Seriously, trust me, listen in, you'll see it.
Flatsa?
Yes,
So is there any possible way, just to go back real quick to the lighthouse? We have a question from SE Montreal.
No problem.
Is the lighthouse on the... Okay, I'll wait till you get there. Okay.
Yeah, hold on, mate.
I'll post it up here. I'll post it up here on the screen. You can see the question on the screen.
All right. I can't see the questions actually, Mark, because of my screen. But
yeah. Okay, so here's the question: is the lighthouse on the left considered an inferior mirage?
Travis, I have an emergency situation. Mark Doxey needs to be let in.
Okay. Okay, thanks for letting us know. Danielle wants to also join when we get into talking about refraction and miraging. So let's see, is anybody here who's not, I think... Okay, Danielle, I'm going to add you again because it looks like Flat Earth data dropped.
Can everybody that's in the chat right now literally just click the like button? We've got 17 watching. I'd like to see at least half of you guys smash that like button. Come on, it's 5-3 right now. Let's see some positive. Let's see some thumbs up here.
Thanks, Randy. Yep.
Hey.
Hey, Danielle. Welcome to the show.
I was talking about. He said he wanted to talk to you offline about it, and I was asking if I could.
Oh, you wanted to be a part of that discussion. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here we are real quick, bringing us back to the focus. Flatsa, a question from SE Montreal. Shout out to the master of La La Land. Is the lighthouse there on the left an inferior mirage? What can you tell us about that question?
Yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, it's
okay.
I mean, you can see there. It's you can see the bottom half reflecting down. Yeah. The whole point of this video was Miles Davis put a video up, and basically all he caught from the exact. I mean, I know exactly where Miles was when he took this photograph. Miles only got the top half of the lighthouse. I mean, pretty much, the very tip of the lighthouse from the exact same spot. And I thought, no, that's not right. I'm going to go and check that out. Obviously, in this day, you can see it as miraging a little bit, but Miles got the very tip. The video's on his channel if anybody wants to go and look at it, and you can compare what I got and what he got. Miles is obviously going on days where some of the weather conditions is affecting what he's taking, and I want to prove the point that you can go and you can. I've been to that point, and I've seen the whole lighthouse, not miraging. But unfortunately, I didn't have my camera with me. I was just passing by, and I went and had a little look with a pair of binoculars. But the whole area is miraging here, and I was speaking to Mark about this last week. That if you can imagine this line going from where the lighthouse is, the island, and it's cutting right across here. You can see it's cutting right across there. Now we've got a reference point. We know both these islands are basically 20 miles away from the camera. Anything sailing behind there, whether it's a small boat, a little fishing boat, you probably won't see it, or you might just see the tip of it. Now, we know there's a mirage here because we've got a reference point of these islands, but the point being, if that boat was over to the left here, off the lighthouse island, you might just see the tip of a boat. And if you didn't have the reference point of these islands, you would be, what's going on there? Because you wouldn't know there's a mirage here. But because we've got these islands,
yeah,
and
that's exactly it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's crucial.
So it's quite,
go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just saying it's quite good to have these islands as a reference point, because if you were just looking out, across the sea and there was no islands, and you seen a boat doing something crazy, you would say, "Oh, that's going over the horizon."
Yeah.
I've actually got video of boats behind this mirage. It's interesting. But the interesting point for me was that mirage is having you probably can't see it that well on this video, this image, but the rock in the back is actually miraging the very same as the two islands in the front there. But you just can't see it very well on this image. But so it's amazing to know that the mirage at 5 miles away from the rock at the back is still having an effect on the rock at the back, which you would think the mirage was on the front of the rock, just close by it, but it's 5 miles away from it.
Flatsa, where do you think the mirage point is starting from? Is it 5 miles away from where you are, 10 miles or 20 miles?
That's it. I don't know, Mark. I mean, the only reference point we've got is these islands, and I know the distance. This island here is about 20 miles, and this one's 21 miles.
Yeah.
So Could be going over there after
It's
an
difficult
angle.
to establish where the miraging starts from the viewer's point of
Yeah.
view either.
Exactly. It could be starting 5 miles in front of these islands.
Yeah.
That's something that we don't.
Yeah.
Unless there was a boat, you know, near the distance of a boat.
The absolute
But
position of the globe is that because you can't see the lower part of the boat, it's going over a curve. Well, where did that miraging or optical illusion start from? They can't quantify that. They're stuck on that, but we're going out to expand on. Well, where does it start? What's exactly happening?
Yeah, can I jump in real quick, guys? I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, finish your thought, Flatsa. Go ahead, really finish your thought. I want to just jump in real quick because my dinner is ready. The stream is going to keep going. You guys can talk you guys can keep talking to your heart's content. I'm going to go on mute after, but I'm sorry. So go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'll share my screen.
Yeah, no problem. Just a quick one. This gap here isn't actually a gap; it's part of the mirage. If I just quickly skip to the 6 meter, there's the 6 meter observation. You can see you can see obviously a bit more of the lighthouse, but you can see the actual part of the island coming down there and meeting the actual rock in the background there. So that was the point I was just going to make. It looks like it's a mirage, well, a gap there when it's not. That's I'm in the exact same spot. I'm just at 6 meters instead of 3 meters there. But yeah, it's definitely interesting that we know we've got a rough idea where the mirage starts and the distance to the rock in the background. That was it, Travis. If you want to, I'll just stop sharing from this end.
Okay, so what I'm going to do just real quick is just share my screen and try to talk through a little bit of what Flatsa just did with a different image. So give me just 1 second until my windows all coincide. Manipulate the image. Just give me 1 second. I apologize, but we're going to be talking about the nation of an inferior and superior mirage. Flatsa and everybody else. The one thing that I have come to interpret in terms of the data is that we have a. I wish this could be bigger. We have a mixing of effects. Okay. So what I'm going to do right here is try to get the largest line I can get. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Do this. A little bit of what Flatsa was just. Oh, that's really wide. It's because I chose the widest one. A little bit of what Flatsa was just talking about is right here in this image. This box right here represents an inferior mirage. Okay. This inferior mirage stretches this entire ether band, right? My term ether band refers to the entire field of view, okay? The entire field of view is affected by the conditions of the atmosphere, the air. And this band refers to the field of view that we're looking at, everything in this field of view. Everything from the top of this sail down to right here is affected by refraction, okay? So this is not a superior mirage. The reason why it's not a superior mirage is there's no doubling of an image. Now, from the globe head side, they say that this is a superior mirage because this image here is the mirage. Where's the original? It's behind the curve. That's what they mean by a superior mirage in this instance. This is not real, it's an apparition. But because there's no duplication that we can see, it must be behind the curve because this is sky, right? No. Flatsa just described exactly what was in his image at 20 miles, what is in this image at a closer range. If this, you got to think about the profundity of this right here, okay? If this boat were not here, all you would be looking at from the beach, in your opinion, is the horizon. Here's the ocean, here's the sky. You would not know that this is not sky. The top of this line here is the vanishing line. What has vanished? What can't we see? Anybody on the panel want to say? Anybody? Am I talking to myself? Wow, I got a silent panel. Where are you guys?
Hold on.
Okay.
What's the question?
Okay. My question, Aaron, is in this yellow box, what can't we see?
Well, I can't see where. How do you want me to answer this, Travis?
Okay, let me back up because I was trying to build up to the punchline.
Yeah.
Okay, so this boat, if this boat is not an apparition, if this is a physical boat, what do we expect to see here?
I'm looking at the very similar thing that I see when I'm driving down the road, and the angle becomes just perfect enough where I cannot see the road in front of me, but I can see the car on top of the road in front of me that I will eventually hit if I go there. Right?
The water,
All
Travis.
right.
The water.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you. Star on your nose. Star on your nose.
In more or less words, yes, she was a good girl.
Yeah. So what we have to understand here is that this is not a superior mirage, it's an inferior mirage. And again, the reason why I'm talking about this is because we have a misclassification of this phenomenon. It's an inferior mirage because I'm going to have arrows going every which way. It's an inferior mirage because this space here is mirroring the sky above.
Okay, Travis, they're going to ask you,
of what's
well, how
above.
come we don't see? How come we don't see? Travis, they're going to ask you, why don't we see then a mirror image below the boat right there?
Right, and you know what I'm going to say?
Okay,
well, hold on. You ready for my answer? Hold on. If you would like to fund me,
I hope you've been thinking about this.
I will. If you would like to fund me and the team of investigators that it would take to get you your answer, I'm your guy.
No.
That's my answer.
No.
Yep.
It doesn't take that much. It doesn't take that much. It is what we would call the refraction of light. Okay? Where the light that we are seeing from our eye shooting out to that boat is refracting up to the sky. No big deal. But the boat, we're not seeing the inverted image of the mirror line or the vanishing line. We're not seeing that inverted image. It might be due to waves or just not a clear surface, right? You know, remember in the vanishing line, it always shows that mirrored, perfect mirror. Well, hey, come on. We're looking over water. There are waves. There are undulations, there are distortions. Okay.
I think you're.
So
Okay, hold on, real quick, guys.
that's
I'm gonna
why.
let you guys carry. That's why what?
Go ahead. I would say that's
Okay,
why you don't see the inverted mirage.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay, here we go. All right, I am gonna step away. The stream is still open and active. You guys carry on. I'm gonna go have dinner with my mom and my grandmother, so I am out.
cool.
I'm just.
So who do we got here?
Just maybe it's reflecting the sky, and you're not seeing the boat reflected in it, because what if it's much closer to you than the boat is? The boat's not right up against that.
Absolutely. I'm not expecting to see a reflection off of everything I look at in the distance, right? An exact reflection of it. We've seen this multiple times. You're driving down the highway, the road disappears, goes into sky, but you see the big old semi truck trailer in front of you, and there may be a reflection, depends on conditions, but there doesn't have to be. He's still on that road that looks like sky to me.
Uh-huh.
You kind of follow?
I mean, yeah, the
Nice.
boat's obviously still on the water.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's no such thing as a floating boat, especially a superior mirage. Normally, what they say, if you open up a textbook, would be an inverted type mirage. So that boat should be upside down. If it was superior, like the channel is saying, or the show is saying.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Did somebody else come in?
So I'm doing laundry in my shed.
Hello, it's Flatsa again. Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, right. Sorry, I dropped earlier, but yeah, I'm back in. If anybody wants to chat about anything like that.
What do you think? Why
about
don't
this-
we see the boat in that reflection of the sky there?
It's pretty subjective. I can't remember. There's a video on that. I think Travis played it, but it's definitely not. I wouldn't say it's lumen. There's an effect going on there. You would expect to probably see a sort of mirage underneath, which we don't see, but it depends how far back the camera was, because if you're far enough back, you won't see the actual mirage. You won't see part of the boat, but you will see a little bit of the water. So it's very. I've took a photograph like that on a big shipping container, but it was quite high up. I was about 200 meters up, and it just caught my eye, and I took a photograph of it, and it's not obviously a carbon copy of that image, but it's pretty similar. And obviously when you take the photograph yourself and you've got the raw image, you can edit it and have a bit more look at the detail. But that's what I think's going on with that picture. But I don't know all the details. But if it was far enough back, basically what happens is the further you go back, because I've that lighthouse I showed earlier, I've took that a bit closer and you see a bit more detail in mirage. Then I went back and you kind of lose the mirage itself compresses, and it can compress to a point where you actually don't see. You are looking at a mirage, but you don't see the actual full mirage on the bottom. So I don't know if there's something like that going on with that little sailboat. But
Can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Yeah, in a image like that of the sailboat there, this is a baller question,
Uh-huh.
or maybe not a baller question, but what would only affect the object, meaning the sailboat, but not the subject, meaning the horizon, right? The water that it's sitting on,
Right.
right?
Uh-huh.
Like what kind of cool magical shit would only affect the boat itself, but not the water it's sitting on? To loom, if they're calling it looming, is where I'm going there. So
Well,
wouldn't everything be loomed up, right? Including the horizon, the water, and all that shit. You know, they claim that no, only an object can be loomed up.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't make a lot of sense.
yeah. I mean, obviously, again, it's very hard to say how far back that's the distance on that, but it's you probably can't see the mirage effect that's going on. That's what I would say. There's definitely a mirage going on there, but it's very, very different.
Yeah, like 5 or 10 different mirages going on at the same time.
Yeah,
I would say.
well, that's it. You know,
Well, I
that's
wouldn't
what
say that.
Hey, Travis, you should put that
What would
picture
you
back
say?
up.
Is that Chris Berry?
Well, yeah, the problem is if I do that, Danielle, and step away, there's no control for anybody else to share the screen. So all you have to do here, I'm going to put the link in the chat. So if you wanted to pull it up yourself, go ahead and feel free to do that. So here comes the link. Just scroll down, copy it up. Yeah, dinner time. I got it. I'll be right there, Grandma. Listen,
keep your phone. Sorry.
No, I'm not taking the phone with me to the table. Just
what if
real
people want to
quick,
join? How do we join them? You know?
we are pretty much full. The only other spot is for Mark Doxy, and he hasn't joined yet. So Flat Earth Data is here. Aaron's here. Danielle's here. Flatsa's here. I'm here. There's only room for 6. We have 5.
I think.
So okay. So
Is it
there's
Travis?
there's
Is it a baller? Is it a baller by chance? If a baller wants to come in and ask a question, I can drop off.
no. We've got nobody like that. No. Yeah. All right. So right now, from this moment, I'm stepping away. There can be no shoot. Okay, hold on, real quick. If anybody wants to share that screen, I need to do it manually right now. So pull it up, share your screen, so I can do it manually. Otherwise, it's not going to get shared. Unless you want me to share my screen and just leave it up. But then, anyway, that's the thing I don't like about. That's the thing I don't like about StreamYard. There's no utility between. There's only one host. I can't switch my host over to anybody else. So
has everyone here seen the shot? Has everyone here seen the shot? I mean, do we need to share it? Or?
I can see it right now, but yeah, I don't know if we need to share it.
Yeah, I think that most of you can probably hang with. Okay, we're going to be joined by Ultimate TV 9000. Okay, this is I'm going to join. I'm going to step away, guys. Nothing can happen right now in terms of. Oh wait. Who's that? Who's sharing? That was tricky. Okay, well there you go. There's Ultimate TV. Ultimate TV is sharing, so we're just going to leave it at this, guys. I am still okay. Honestly,
Travis, go eat. Go eat, Travis. Go eat.
I just want you to understand that I can't control anything as I step away. Okay, guys.
We can handle ourselves. We're fine. We're not.
Yeah. Listen, Aaron, this article right here, you should walk us through this. This is enough to put the nail in the coffin. Okay, I'm out, guys. Peace. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whoever presented that can walk through us. It's okay.
No.
Who is that?
You're gonna have to scroll down more because Travis left his comment up there. Is that boat on this page? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. It's down below where the keep
I'd
going
rather
past the
focus on
palm
the-
trees. Keep going. A little more. A little more. You almost got it. There you go. Can you click on that boat? Yeah, that one. There you go. There you go, buddy. All right. Now, why would only that is such an excellent question, Aaron. Why would only the boat be looming?
Because light is preferable to objects and not subjects. Apparently,
Wouldn't the water kind of be an object?
I think it would all be one object. Yeah. And the background being the subject, right? The background would be the subject. But in this image, light is preferable to this object called the boat, and just relaying in this image, who knows where it came from, however they got it, light plays no, or light does differentiate between what we're looking at, an object, and nothing else. It just goes straight to, yep, background, thank you, no big deal.
Yeah.
Not meaning the water itself is not a subject. Right? Or, sorry, an object. Now, there's, in my mind, if you can scroll up, keep going up, up, not up, 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 up to the beginning, kind of. Keep going a little bit, right there. Okay, so we see the cars, and then scroll down to the graphic of it, and look at those blue bending rays. What the?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? So this is how light. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's just concede that light bends. Wow. So the reason why I'm seeing the mirage behind that red truck, the reason why I'm seeing the mirage behind the red truck, is because my light rays from the blue car are going up to the sky, right? Okay. Cool. Is it a flat surface from the blue car to the red truck? Is that flat? Looks pretty flat, right? Now, you don't have to go back, but if you go back to the boat and think about you in a blue car and the boat out there, right? You'd see that mirage first. And then, however, you can still see the truck if you scroll up. Sorry. If you go back to the cars there, go back to the cars. Scroll up towards the beginning.
So I just want to clarify: are you claiming that that boat image is light bending up as opposed to standard refraction, just based on level of humidity?
It's
because
I think
that
it's more
boat
of a
picture,
refraction issue.
it's 100% refraction. It has nothing to do with bendy light atmosphere. If you look, the reason why you can
Yeah,
see
yeah, yeah. Exactly.
the reason why you can see the boat in clear detail is
Uh,
because it's colder, and what you're seeing is still the standard 48.8 degree angle, it causes refraction. So all you're seeing is a colder angle of colder atmosphere with the same standard refraction of angle.
There's not just one angle of light, right? There's not just one bending of light,
So
like the image shows.
most light,
Exactly.
it doesn't bend. It would deviate from a straight line. In other words, it's from point to point straight line. So it actually doesn't bend. This is a false representation because light doesn't do that. It just deviates from straight line to straight line.
Mhm. Yeah. My bad. I don't mean to say bending because that's bullshit. You're right.
Well, the image is false
it's a-
because light
It's
does
a
not.
fraction of light.
Yeah, light goes from
Yeah.
point to point. So if you look at any kind of refraction, it's straight line and angles. That's how
It's
refraction
a
works.
fracture. I've never bent my leg, but I've fractured my leg, right? But I've never bent it. You know, it gets to that point where you're like, boom, and it fractures. That's what light does. Is that kind of it? Are we on the same page? Or?
Light just deviates from point to point. That's all it is.
Okay. Yeah. So that the image of the boat. What do you think?
It's just typical refraction. That's all it is. It's just at a colder period. That's why you can see the boat clearly. If it was more humid, you would probably not see the boat as clear. I'm assuming that that's the effect of humidity, the difference between a colder day and a hotter day.
I think temperature and humidity are the key terms.
That's how the bending of light happens. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what do you think about this image that they're showing right now? Is that you scrolling up and down, by the way?
No, that is not me.
Okay. But this one right here, where it shows a superior image on that, that's not what a superior mirage is. Right? Aren't superior mirages, they're basically doubled over, flipped over, and you can actually see a water line underneath an inverted ship at some time because of refraction.
I find
and
that the
reflection.
higher the humidity, the more you're going to get these refraction anomalies where the image doubles or flips. It only happens when there's higher content of humidity. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at a website that says that it's more likely to be. It shows them being upright and flipped, and yeah, it's showing that in Arctic areas they would be upright.
For
More
a
likely.
superior mirage
Yeah, for a looming.
eyes?
Yeah, for superior mirage,
Oh, no.
they would be more likely
For
to be.
superior,
It's
okay.
calling looming and superior mirage the same thing, and
Same
well,
thing now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
and it's showing that when there's warmer air, that it's up like a lot more warmer air up above the cool air, that it's flipped.
That's exactly. It's just more humidity, more warmth in the
Yeah,
air.
it's saying that it deviates toward the cooler air, wherever the cooler air is.
Well, the theory behind the Fermat principle is that light will travel through the fastest point. So condensed colder air versus warm air, I would assume that condensed cold air light travels through faster. So it would slow
Even
down.
though warm air is more humid, though.
It would
It's
slow
kind of
down.
that-
It would slow down in the warm air, causing the internal refraction.
Hey, Eyes, can you Google real quick? Just type in superior mirage and see what you see, and you'll have to tell us because you're not sharing screen.
Yeah.
But you'll see these upside down images, which is not what we're seeing on this, this display, this website here. They're saying it's looming. Superior mirage is equal to looming, and I don't know.
Oh, he can't add me. I tried to share screen. All right.
You have to
Do you want me to
describe
just
what you see.
get like the? Do you want me to get like the wicked crappy definition of it? Where'd it go?
Or you can put on your camera, but put it on your screen so we can see that.
Yeah, I can do that.
going to be super small. Yep. There we go.
Most of these mirages, because they're observed with an observer, happen within a 3-mile radius. So if you were to look at the zenith position of any of these refraction pictures, yes, you can zoom in and focus on the the longer distance ones. But if you were to be an observer, you're going to have a limitation to your horizon line. So when you look at all these pieces of refraction evident, like the evidence that you're showing, if you looked above at zenith position, like in other words, this is probably elevated maybe 75 feet, 50 feet in the air. It looks pretty high in the air. So you're going to see a certain distance at a certain height. If you're going to analyze pictures for an average observer of 6 feet, this is what you should do. And then look from zenith. We can fly 100 feet in the air and look down at a 6 foot person and see his field of view of 3 miles from zenith. So you're looking down directly at this observer. All these images should be studied that way. So it puts in perspective what location from the observer to the distance away that the object is being refracted. It seems to be negated in these debates. You guys should be adding in the zenith position from above just to see how far away the boat is happening. So you get a better picture, because the idea that it's looming over a ball is absurd if you look from zenith.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which was one of Travis's critiques of this website, saying, whoa, 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 whoa. You can show me this graphic right here. Oh, that looks cool. But that's not what we see. Or if we do see it, it matches exactly what you say, but it's not due to curvature. Right?
No, because if you're going to discuss any of these articles that discuss lights or angles, refraction, so forth, they never talk about our vision and how it works. And one of the fundamental geometrical principles of our eye is that it divides the above ground and below ground into a focal point. This is how our center vision works. So you can look at all of these books and immediately discount it because they do not take into account vision. They're only looking at a result of vision and then trying to equate it as curve. So it's completely backwards. It should be like, this is my vision.
They're not looking at a result. They're not looking at a result, right? They're just looking at an image that they may have took, let's say they, and say, oh, well, here's an image that is due to this. Okay, we'll call it radius. We'll call it curve. We won't even call it atmosphere too much. Maybe a small mirage. But they're not looking at yourself, the eye. They're not looking at how we see, right? They're not bringing it back home.
No.
They're just saying, look.
Well, then you're going to understand the limitations on your eye.
And that's the whole
understand perspective.
That's the whole argument, is because there's no discussion in any of these vision or visual orthographic images. Not once does it present what the eye does. All it's saying is what the earth does, and it's not what the earth does. It's what the eye does, seeing the earth. And if the earth is flat, but our eye is spherical and it has a limited diffraction limit, in other words, it squeezes shit into the center focal point, there's going to be a result visually. And we're going to see, because any refraction image we see, if the observer, me, is seeing a refraction point at 6 feet, if I go higher, that refraction moves outward, okay? Or disappears entirely, because it's just really the angle of incidence reaching a maximal critical angle where it causes internal refraction. So that's how you get the mirror effect. Light slowing down in the medium of the warm air, getting this nice little mirror image. Which
would you say that refraction is not reflection?
It's the same stuff that you get when you see the sun bunched into the clouds. You see that heavy refraction part where it's all
image. But the idea is the same.
Well,
reflection is not.
It's internal reflection, right? So if you ever look at water in an aquarium, you'll see this little edge of reflection around it. Well, water has this thing where you bunch up light, it causes a reflection, right? Well, the only way you can have light bunched up if it's slowed down. So when you look at any of these observations, this is my understanding. I could be wrong with this, but my understanding is as air goes through a medium, it slows down. If you have lots of that going through a medium, slowing down, it's going to cause internal reflection. You're going to get that mirror effect.
There's one experiment that we all talk about, or you heard everyone talk about, the Michelson Morley, all this shit, where they talk about putting a light beam around, through a rotating
So
table,
the
bounces off.
interferometer, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So what I want to know about how they split that light beam, because that's refraction.
So it's just
there.
It's just through a mirror, right? They're splitting it through one mirror, bouncing it off another mirror, or whatever crystal diode they use to split the beam.
Sure. And wouldn't, so that's a great way to say you can split a beam of light. We'll call it beam, even though the sun, I'm not sure what the sun is, but a light you can split, and you can still go through, and it can go the other way, and it can go this way. What if you had a multiple refractor? What would the observer see, right?
Well, once again, the difference between the interferometer and these long images is that wave light is passing through a thicker medium over the distance, and it's going over water. The interferometer has nothing to do with going over water, so it's not going to. They're not going to have any correlation. I understand you can divide the beam, split the beam.
Don't think the distance and the atmospheric conditions, water, humidity, temperature, evaporation, condensation, all that stuff couldn't itself act as a beam splitter, let's say, if light was a beam.
We already know that as any solution that you use, the particle or the element inside the solution can have an effect on the beam and direction. In a case of Mick West falsifying his experiment by adding in sugar or salt, he's manipulating the light to show that light can operate a certain way. But when we look at practical demonstration, it completely refutes any of this bending, because all celestial navigation was done with Euclidean plane instruments, meaning there was no account for bending of this light or splitting of this beam of light. It simply had to do with straight lines, particularly the horizon, and declination or azimuth of any star position, particularly the North Pole, that was constant. So it refutes these conversations of looming, these conversations of lifting up, They don't apply into practicality when it comes to earlier navigation. They didn't think of any of this stuff. So I kind of find these conversations sort of going nowhere unless you fully establish the picture, the temperature, what time of day was taken, what time of year it's taken, because you can't build a body of evidence looking at photographs. You don't know the time of the day. You don't know where they're taken. You don't know how far they are. You're just, what are you doing? Building up YouTube minutes? Okay. The point is that you got to have some sort of direction, right? Where are you going to go with this information?
Yeah, if you're talking about Travis's channel or channel,
just in general,
similar to that.
Just in general, right? It's like
it would be just for general information for folks less experienced as maybe you or other folks about this topic, where we can come in and you can present it very well, and I can get it and be like, think about it, right? Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a lot. You're right about that. There is a process of feeding or spoon feeding for sure. And I get that. I get that said to me quite a bit. I guess it's part of my frustration of not seeing the full conversation of what it could be like. So let's say if you had 4 refraction pictures.
It's an ever-growing topic, yeah. And the information you have to provide, I've heard you now for a couple of years, is mind-blowing to me and eye-opening, and I research it myself. I hear you get kicked off shows for saying very, very rational things. And that drives my interest to research. Well, how does it work, right?
Yeah, and that's I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't have a curiosity And the birth of that curiosity was I caught a lie, and then I caught another lie, and I was like, what the heck is with these lies? And this is a relative, thing. Like when I say a lie, you know, it's going to be relative to the person. But yeah, it takes that.
Yeah.
It takes that. But I think that if you guys are going to talk about these images, at least find the time, the date they're shot. Like I believe Danielle brought up a good point of showing images in the Arctic or Antarctic that had these superior mirages, which is great because it is based on cold air and warm air. But if you're going to talk about that, talk about how they navigated through that. They still had to measure. So you're on a boat, you see a refraction image, you still have to measure the distance to the object. What are you going to do? Are you going to say that's Earth curve in your measurement?
Well, it's like you said, though, refraction mostly occurs at, let's just call it the angle of incidence, or when you're looking out through a very shallow angle, where an astrolabe, you don't do that.
No, a sextant.
Right?
If you're using a sextant, I'm not talking about an astrolabe. Astrolabe is you're looking more. You're not looking at the horizon. With the sextant, you're looking at the horizon. The astrolabe you can pinpoint with stars. I mean,
okay, but you're not looking at a star at the horizon, right?
No, you're looking at the horizon, and you're finding the angle of position of the sun. So you're finding the declination of the sun, and you're finding the position of the sun. You're lining it up with the horizon line, and what you're trying to find is position of duration between point A and point B, right?
Which even with a heavy inferior mirage, you might be 3 degrees off.
What I'm saying though is what I'm saying though is if you actually look in the mathematics, there's no logarithms, or like if you look at a sail chart, there's no logarithms that say, hey, this is refraction for the sextant. This is there's none of that stuff. They add in dip, but that's once again it's perspective. Once again, they're not calculating the fact that when I'm standing on a 15-foot ship, I'm going to see 10 miles away, right? Or is it 10 miles away? No, not that far.
That's why they put the crow house on ships, right? So a guy could go up there, and
how many feet are they 40 feet up there? Yeah, they're about 40 feet, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. So you got what?
Nothing much.
What is that? 40 feet. How far can you see at 40 feet?
40 to 60, maybe 60.
Just 1 second here.
And at least they were thinking about that hey, if you're gonna go shoot the horizon, you got to go up.
Yeah.
To get a better,
So at 40 foot boats, they've got a distance of 7 miles they can see on the horizon until the next horizon, right? So they're not accounting for these mirages and superior mirages. So,
Well, I'll bet they were. They were seeing them, but they didn't know how to account for them.
Well, that's what I mean. They were using still plane geometry. See, what I'm saying is, I can't personally account for it because I haven't been on a boat to do this. But what I've read in the literature and learning about celestial navigation, Euclidean geometry, and the sextant, you find that in the mathematics or just in the process of measuring, there's no literature of measuring. There's nothing saying, by the way, when you're measuring, you come across a superior mirage, this is what you do. You know what I mean? So I don't think they had an issue with navigating because they understood that these are just optical and they have nothing to do with the physicality of the Earth. It's not going to change my distance from point A to point B, these mirages.
We know once land hoy, once they finally see it, that now they're on track. Now they can try to pinpoint their port and go from there. But as far as like position and stuff in the sea, I have no idea how they did that.
Well, Captain Cook back in the day, before they came up with this, the prime meridian 0 in London there, Greenwich time, they navigated only east to west based on the North Polar Star. This is in the northern hemisphere, mind you. So they only could go east to west, and literally they would just set out west and head west. Until the business world came up with saying, hey, London is the center of the world, where the sun here hits at 90 degrees zenith, and we're going to name this 0 degree. So anywhere, as long as you know what your time is, how many time zones difference you are from 0 prime meridian, then you can your longitude. So this whole thing that it has to do with sphere, the latitude and longitude is it's just bogus.
Well, and all has to do with the mercantile or merchant, the moving of goods, where certain maps, certain ideas, certain concepts had to be created to control, to be the sole merchant, basically.
Yeah. So what
very
what a lot of these guys did, of course, in Columbus' day, is they had manifests already or manifestos with data in it. Okay, so from previous sailors sailing around, they used these logarithms. Same with when they studied geodesic survey of the Earth, they used these logarithms. So they used these predetermined information based on previous scientists, previous explorers, previous journeymen, whatever you want to call them. So, for instance, if you go look at in any of the early geodesic survey pamphlets, particularly go to Library of Congress and type in geodesic, and you'll get some early methodologies and how they did it, and you'll find that they already presupposed a sphere. You'll already find that they already thought they were on a ball. They were just trying to prove it. And being that said, when it came down to actually what was written in the literature, they used Euclidean geometry. So even though in the logarithms they would show the idea that the Earth's a ball, they would measure for that concept. They would make the math work based on that concept. But then, meanwhile, they use Euclidean geometry to navigate. So it's this kind of like this. I'll imagine it as one way, but in practicality, I'll do it this way. So what you guys do in here is you're showing that all these images, but talk about how the sextant would work with it. Talk about how from zenith, this is how far the person's seeing the boat, and this is how far the image is happening. I think it would help show the scale, because a lot of people think the Earth is a ball, and a lot of people have been told that boats go over curvature at 3 miles standing at the shore. And they really can't grasp just how tiny that 3 mile idea is. It's almost like, they don't get it. And it's like fine tuning this nice little package presentation you got to show a newbie. And anyway, I'm just sort of ranting. So thanks for that.
No, it's cool. I was just thinking about how informative this little chat right here, if it was recorded and possibly put out, would be to folks, just how calm you are, all your knowledge, my unintellectual questions, statements, and just the way you present it back is perfect, I think.
I don't even know who am I talking to.
My name's Aaron.
Oh, Aaron. Just call me Fed. That's
I'm
fine.
Aaron Moorfield I'm Aaron Moorfield on Jose's channel and shit.
Oh yeah, you go on Jose's. Jose hasn't unblocked me yet, so I haven't been over there since I don't know, a couple months. But he should unblock me.
You should have been on there the other night, because Rumpus came on with his Ray diagram of Isle of Man shit, and it was just ridiculous. Cartoon drawings of, well, this is how the rays should work, so this is what you should see, and I'm going to match it up to the photo that I already have from Ranty, right? So he built his diagram based upon a photo that Ranty and Riley had already given him, and he built it off that and just said, yep, see, it works. That's how light bends. It's pretty funny.
Have you done any looking into early studies and early theories of light? Just how many people wrote about the theory of light, and the conclusions and the theories, and have you dived into any of that stuff?
No, but I thought about it myself, and
Well, did you know Newton used to stick planks in his eyes? He wanted to determine that.
Go ahead.
He wanted to determine whether or not light was actually coming into his eyes, so he stuck planks in them, supposedly.
Yeah. So I haven't done that type of experiment, but I've thought about myself and just thinking about it. And one thing that made me think about this is there is a difference between direct light, daylight, dawn, dusk, and we're talking about the sun, not a light bulb or something.
Well, it's not to me. When I first started Flat Earth, looking at the sun, I in my mind at the time I assumed it was still a physical solid object. At this present stage, after 3 years later, I think it's more of a prism, resonating frequency, vibrating thing that is sort of staggered, like it's like because of the time of it's called the equation of time. And if you look at the equation of time, the sun speeds up and slows down. Like for an average clock, that's 1 hour, whatever, 60 by 60 by 24, man-made construct time. The equation of time shows this beautiful speeding up and slowing down, and it correlates, of course, with the sun, the analemma, and sort of losing my train of thought here. But the equation of time,
Any other?
the equation of time, it shows you that this thing is not a constant velocity. It's not traveling at the Earth's not rotating at 1,050 miles an hour. It's quantified at that. Because I think over a period of 365.25, it evens itself out, so to speak. But during that process of journey, it's slowing down and speeding up. So, for instance, like you start out in the morning, and if you put a stick in the ground, let's say, and you just were to map out the shadow, you'd actually see a part of the day. I mean, it's so minute, mind you, but according to the equation time, it will actually change velocities. And so if you had a whole bunch of different observers in that particular time frame of an hour, while it was, traveling that 15.11 degrees or 15.21 degrees, each observer would see it at a different rate almost. So it's just, that way the sun to me is not a solid object. How can a solid object appear in different places and move at different rates at different spots? So
Absolutely.
So I find it very fascinating, light. I've done a lot of rethinking about what I've been told about light, and that's how I came across the realization of really what light is about. Is every object that we see is it's light is bouncing off of it, coming back to us, and that's a pretty revolutionary thought when you think about it, because we don't see that way. We see outward. We don't see stuff coming in, even though that's what we see. But I think we kind of project outward. We're projecting all the time, looking outward, rather than realizing what we see is coming in. And I think that's a big difference between understanding, these images and the world around you is instead of projecting in your mind outwardly what it is, look at for what it actually is coming in, so to speak. So I know it kind of sounds pedantic there, but
Sure. And I had this question like quite a few years ago in my mind, like, and this was before everything. What is light? And I was thinking about, what if light was a reflection of heat that our eyes interpret as color and realness, 3D. Our mind builds that structure for us. Because when you don't have light, when like it's dark now, I see nothing. It's cold. I can see a light on in my house. Well, that's heat, so I can see it. I can see certain reflections of other things. And then when the sun comes out, I can see everything. Right? And the sun is warm. It warms me up when I come outside. I feel warm. It's just an idea I had a long time ago, and I don't know how to interpret that into real or not, or just. But
well, I think of it as
light.
a field array, if you will. It's an array, and it's based on frequencies. And obviously, the object has to be somewhat, because it's present. So if it's present, it means it's resonating frequency as it gets closer, because you feel a result of that resonating frequency. At least it's assumed so by heat. But if we look at the sun, we can look at the sun through several different ways. I know a lot of people, when we look at spectroscopy outside of the universe, fails because we can't actually test it. But you can actually use spectroscopy here on Earth to where you can use the scientific method. Doing stars and reading light out there in the universe, I don't see that as a scientific method, but
You can test it.
you can do here on Earth because you can see the substance material, you can scan it, you can compare results, So there is a level that works. But as far as like measuring and testing what the sun is, of course, I know science can only guess, obviously what it is. But I just see it as a multi-layered gong. In other words, it's vibrating, and either the sound is helping it vibrate, and it's a sound that we can't hear because
I was gonna ask you earlier, or tell you earlier, the sun is sound also.
Well, that's why they call it
vibrates.
They call it a gong.
Yeah.
So how I came across the gong idea is I was researching the sun, and there's actually an institute called the Gong, and type it in. It's an acronym for the sun.
Is it loud in here? Can you hear me, or is it?
You're moving papers around or something, but
I'm drying clothes. Just so you know. Okay. As long as you can hear me, I can hear you.
yeah. See, the thing, a lot of the discussion about light seems to be there's two facets. One that our atmosphere is very close to a vacuum, so they give it a refractive index of 1, and the idea that Snell laws exist, which means it's light bending going through a medium. So it's kind of a two paradigm compartmentalization that you go through, because you see these guys talk about refraction, looming, sinking, whatever globe definitions there. What is there? Looming, there's sinking. I don't know. Looming.
Towering.
Is there towering? Wow. Okay. So.
Towering.
Yeah, so I just don't know why these guys they're not aware that it's happening over it. Like if you're an observer and you're not having a camera zoom in, because the camera is going to have obviously see farther than our human eye, so it's going to see things naturally that we can't see. So we're going to be analyzing images we don't normally see with presupposed notions that looming and what did you say? Looming, sinking, and towering. Did you say towering? What is towering?
Or it's stretched.
I don't know, but
Towering is stretched, so it's
Stretched
okay.
up really where like a mountain would look.
the opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite of compression, right? There's compression, towering. Well, sinking is compression. Looming is just looming up. There is towering. There's also it's like 3 more.
Well, I know
that they say.
I know optically though, because of the lenses used.
Stooping is one of them.
Stooping, right? Yeah. I know that because the lenses used in the camera, particularly the longer the zoom, this is going to make the artifact seem a little bit more thicker. You've heard of the phrase that camera makes people look 10 pounds heavier, right? So images over a long period over a long distance zoomed in will actually take on a different factor as well. It's almost a compressed factor there as well when you see it, and that's just caused by the lens. That's not caused by the actual atmosphere. You can take any object. You can take any object over a distance, provided it's good conditions, and zoom in on it. You're going to see that it's going to distort the image. Like, for instance, take a broom, put a broom on a fence and make it as okay, you've got an x-axis in front of you, that's the horizon, and you've got a y-axis, which is your vertical view. If you're staring down a y-axis and you just tilt it off to the left a little bit so it's angled, you zoom on that broom that's really far away, that broom will shorten and look wobbly and bent. It won't look like a straight broom, right? So nobody discusses what lenses do to these buildings. Nobody discusses what lenses do to figures. They're just quantifying it to the atmosphere. They're quantifying it to the humidity. And it's not what we naturally see. So if we step back and we say, no, we're going to look at images for a 6-foot observer staring off at the shore, we see refraction. Now let's look above, gentlemen. Let's look above that and let's look downward. And where's this refraction happening? It's happening at a very, very extremely short distance from the observer, is it not? You know what I mean? So these are the more, I hope, more logical steps we get there in explaining it, because it seems like we're all running off into these, you know, the fairy tales are great, right? Of what could be and what is or possibly is, but it doesn't, you know, I don't know. You're either going to get it you're either going to get it anyway after a year, or you're not.
What's your screen name?
Flat Earth Data.
Okay. Yeah. FED. You're banned everywhere. You've been on, and you've enlightened so many of us with you've been on shows, you've been on live shows, you've been chatting all over, and you've enlightened us all, especially me. I don't know about ICC or anybody else, but I guarantee it, you have. And the point is, though, is we can't go on to their shows to talk about what we're talking about right now. Right? So with Travis's show, yeah, we might be a little much lower level than you of optics, but it's great to have you on, because I'm learning, doing nothing but learning, you know.
How long you been looking into the flat Earth, mind you?
I was 2015. When Jaren had its first show back then.
Hey, Aaron, do you mind if I mention something?
Floor is yours.
Thanks. I just wanted to bring up an article that I had read. I think it was University of Denver about mirages, and the professor was talking about how the air, you know, will have a thin heated layer, and so the rays of light curve upwards in the heated layer. It specifically said curve.
Yeah, see, when you see any natural light or any manual, and even if you go look at the theory of light, any manual, or I say manual, I mean any literature written about it, they never show, they actually show angles of bouncing off, like straight angles bouncing off plane pieces. So they never show because any object bouncing off of a light at a curved surface, any light bouncing off a curved surface at a certain angle will either diverge or converge, right? You can't have a whole bunch of straight parallel lines and not them converge or diverge if the surface is curved. You only get straight divergence or Fermat principle if it's just deviating from point to point. That's why you can measure objects using degrees and angular size, and that's why you can use the what is the formula? Size divided by 2 to the arctan, diameter divided by 2 gives you the degree. So you can use these measurements. These measurements never included humidity, because
I actually found the article.
Right, because see, they're converging. I said you can't have straight parallel lines hit a curved object without diverging or converging. So a lot of these refraction objects are off of straight plane pieces because they happen over short distances for the observer that's standing on the shore or 10 or 20 feet in the air. So
if you scroll down under where it says mirage phenomena, I'm just wanting to point out how the way that they have the diagrams in this, it's educational material written by the professor there, I think. It's really deceptive looking. It's got, again, those ridiculous curved lines.
Okay, catch me up to speed.
Well, I'm sure it has curved lines because he's reinforcing his belief system, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's no pictures either. There's no...
So, but if you were actually... Exactly. So if you do just look at the theory of light and look at any information about it, they don't show light does this. They show light just bends from point to point. Not bends, but redirects from point to point, right? Redirects from point to point, right? So it's not like it's bending over this object to go to something. It's hitting it at an angle. It actually
tracks from point to point. Tracks.
Well, there may be the more technical term to it, but anyway, it's not. You don't see it. The only time you ever see it if it's manipulated to be that, which McWest is a clear example of manipulation to fit the article. But like I said, when it comes down to it, they claim that the atmosphere has a constant refraction of 1, close to a vacuum. So if they're telling, if science in one hand says that that light moves through a vacuum, we kind of live in a vacuum, then why are they showing bendy lines here? It goes literally against them calling the atmosphere as close as they can to a vacuum and then showing lights bending through it. So
Right. And what student sitting in his class is going to question this at all? They're going to write it down, get an A.
yeah, regurgitation, right? I mean, when I look back at school, I just regurgitated like anybody else. And, you know, if you regurgitated it fast enough, quick enough, and articulated enough, you'd get the best prize in class, right? So once you caught on to that gag, I left school. I was working at 17, lived on my own real young. Once I kind of got that gag, that's what it was just really about, I was out. I left school.
That's what I did too.
So I started my own business, and you know, and then the weird part about Flat Earth is the type of business I was in. It's a double-edged sword, because you get an eye opener on just how sneaky a lot of people are. But
you have to be involved, right? Just enough to be in business, kind of, right?
what's that?
Oh, it's just the business you're in. You're just saying it's a little bit sneaky. I was just asking or sorting that you have to follow the system just enough to be in business, because you can't be outside of the main belief.
Well, that's the catch-22 is when you sink into it, so to speak, and you realize what you've learned is not true. I mean, you have to come to a realization to believe something, and then when you take that on, that belief system really conflicts with the whole process that you had before. Process of thinking, process of understanding, process of association, friends, you name it. Because one second. I gotta take a break. Guys, I gotta feed my daughter some food.
So. What's going on, laundry boy?
Hey, can you hear my dryer in the background?
Yeah, I can hear whatever quarter or belt that you got going on in that tumbler.
You're doing a good job, Andrew.
So you guys have had a good conversation?
I think it's been great. Yeah. FED's awesome.
Yeah, you know, whenever he gets around to publishing what he's got, I will be the first one to either sign up for it or buy it. I think it's going to be incredible data. No pun intended. Jose J.G. Gonzalez in the house.
What's up, Jose?
I'll join if FE Data, what's he say? I'm going to post this. Tells us he's a troll. You know what, Jose? If I called out all your trolls, man, I'd be here forever. Come on, man.
I want to know why Jose thinks you'd be so desperate for him to join anyway.
So Jose asked me one time to be a little bit more clever, because I couldn't stand all of his disingenuous guests he has. So I would use words that he didn't like, and so he'd ban me. And I said, okay, well, I'll come up with other creative ways to be insulting without using insensitive words. So I continued to call Jose a little pussycat, and so he banned me.
Aww.
That's what I was about to say. Aww.
So anytime you want to unban me there, Jose, you can stop being a little pussycat.
All right, so where can we go from here, guys? Where's the conversation going to go?
We were left off with the basically the inconsistency when it comes with
Left off with the idea of going into the workforce or your own business, but still having to deal with the reality that you know.
Oh well, yeah, that was the side thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question that's probably obvious to everybody. Aaron, is there any way you could go out from the laundry room?
No, it's cold out there, but I can mute. I'll mute.
What the heck, dude? So, Flat Earth Data, when do you suppose you're going to be able to release your publication?
Well, I'm hoping to finish it by spring. I have 3 places to go to first. I have to go to Pontchartrain. I have to go to Salton Sea, and that's part of.
Man, that'll be epic.
So I have to. Yeah, I've got to. I'm looking at picking up a little drone, right? Because I can't remember the book. I don't know if you read it, but it's you can go to Library of Congress, type in Flat Earth, and you'll get a whole bunch of science references for Flat Earth. And in there's a book, and I can't remember the writer's name, but supposedly back in the 1800s, there was a bet made, and the bet was that if you took 3 ships out on the horizon, you should be able to define curvature. And supposedly a flat earther put a bet out, and a Glober came and collected on it. It was for $500, and the Glober claimed that he'd done the boat test with the 3 boats over the horizon, proving that the boats go down and da-da-da-da. I'll try to find the book so that everybody could read it. But I found that a very interesting a story, considering you can get a drone now, particularly the Mavic, for about $800 used, and it flies about 8 miles away. So if we were to stand at the shore and have a boat move out at
8 miles, it's got 8 miles of coverage.
That's what that says. Now, I just went on YouTube today and looked at the Mavic Mini, and that went 4 miles out from the observer, and it's really tiny drone, man. It's a completely tiny drone. So, with this material that I wanted to get in the new year, because I really want to go down to Pontchartrain and because I've already seen guys. It gives me a chance to go travel too in the States. I love the States, but I've seen guys already debunk soundly by filming the other side of it. So I want to personally get all this material, and that's something I have to do before I release the book and release the documentary. I want to keep the documentary half an hour long. I was hoping to get in a convention and get some of that stuff down there, but I missed the Dallas one. And yeah, because it's sort of like I don't know about you guys, but you kind of get to an apex or an apogee of thought before you realize you can't go anywhere. It's sort of like how we use the same airplanes from 1954 because our technology really hasn't advanced.
All right, so with that mention of Pontchartrain, I'm going to pull up the image that I pulled up earlier and just didn't get around to talking through, and we'll see where we can take this. Does anybody know my criticism from what you can remember about the image itself before I share it? I don't like it when I don't hear anything. Is anybody there? Can you guys
Travis,
see the? Can you see the image?
I can see the image, bro.
Okay.
Flatsa says he wants to share an image. Danielle says yes, and then there's something else. Check your chats.
Well, yeah, but once I go to sharing my screen, I can't see because I'm on my laptop. I can't see the Hangout, so I don't know what the chats are saying. Give Jose his wrench, Travis. Let's see. We'll see. Let me get through this little discussion here. All right. So does anybody, the question remains, does anybody know my criticism of this image?
What's your critique?
I'm sorry?
I don't remember what it is.
Okay.
I
just
believe I do believe you did talk about seeing images in the background past the curve.
yeah.
Was
Yeah.
that you? I think that was you.
Yeah. So basically my criticism is right here, this monstrosity. Right? We have this monstrous.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe in other photographs, you could see the bottom of it in more detail, thereby sort of canceling out the idea it's curving.
Yeah, Travis, that's so 2019. Come on.
Yeah, but I at least in any of the discussions that I've seen, I at least for me, trying to be as honest as I can, I've never seen or heard anybody bring up this tower that is ginormous in the background.
Yeah, it's been brought up before.
You mean
Okay.
Yeah, it's there's better images, better detailed images where you can actually see the bottom of it, and this image that you brought up here is pretty pixelated. So yeah, it's been brought up before. It's already been shown as basically it can't be curved, therefore you see this. You know what I mean? One of those got you.
you mean Jose's lighthouse?
No,
what you're looking at?
no. There's a tower right here along this Pontchartrain.
No, I know, but Jose does the same thing. He puts off this image of curvature with this big lighthouse in the background, right? So
yeah, he's
kind of
just
Jose's lighthouse.
it's his only thing he's holding on to. Take a shot from a zenith position and ask him where the curve is.
All right, so let me just walk through then real quick the new information that I've had since Friday, which is when shout out to what's his name again? Jose J.G. Gonzalez did a Friday night stream where he brought up a Georgia State University.edu HTML where he talked about the vanishing line. And so since then, everything that I have been describing, I saw in documentation and was just excited beyond all belief. So what I'd like to do, at least right here, is because this, as Flat Earth Data did mention, this is so pixelated. We can do the best with what we've got. I tried to, at least right here, show that we do have a chiasm here. And although chiasm is a literary device reference, that if it's half of an X, this is the lesser than sign, right? So if I were to remove these two red lines, you would see this white here come to a point, right? So then I cut that point in half just for reference. So what does that mean? I'm just asking rhetorical questions. Let's just think about that. As we're looking at this, what does this phenomenon mean? What does this observation mean? If we were to extend this line and use the language of the EDU site, just a general discussion. If this were the vanishing line, okay? If this were the vanishing line, based on what the EDU site gives us, that we would understand that everything underneath this is invisible. That's why it's called the vanishing line. What's vanished? The thing that is vanished is the progression into the distance of this water. So if I could, with a magic wand, wipe this inferior mirage away, we would simply see the water extend into the distance, which is what I came to in my conclusion on my Aether Band tutorial, which I find very interesting. So and exciting because confirmation is always exciting. So it's not a simple one and done,
Well,
right? I think that we've discussed.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Have you seen the guys who've pulled up to the bridge, walked down to the rocks, and filmed to the other side?
No.
Well, you should go see it because it completely destroys this picture. It renders it useless.
Yeah.
So there's
I'm sure, but at least, I get you. I totally get you. But in terms of the image itself, if we're going to talk about breaking down, let's say, for instance, I was just some yokel who took this picture and then looked up refraction.
Yeah, but how about this? If you're going to do this, let's look at from the zenith position, so you can actually see where that tower is, see the length of the bridge, and then you can actually mathematically deduce how much distance of refraction is actually happening. But the only way to see that is to look from above looking down. Now you can go to Google Earth and do this. This is what I've been doing to show that it's all visual, right? So if you go to the zenith position, that's what I think you should do is start adding the zenith positions in to just put it into perspective over a flat plane. How many square miles this is happening over, right? And I think it's completely lost on a lot of people because they're not witnessing scale. What they're witnessing here is an optical illusion and not reality. Now, to me, a zenith position looking downward is going to be a form of an orthographic, but it's not going to be highlighted by optical effects. You're just going to see the square miles. Yeah,
I've thought about that as well in terms of trying to address the point that you just brought up. Yeah, looking at it from that angle, from the top down. Yeah. All right. Am I the only one talking? Everybody's on mute. Flat Earth Data was the last one. I'm not sure what happened. It seems like everybody just dropped off. Were you okay? Sometimes. Okay, here you go. Shoo.
Sorry, man. I'm just making some cake. I'll be back in like a minute.
That's okay. It was just so dead. I was just like, I just don't know because I don't use this format very often. So, what did you say, Danielle?
I just expected you to have an answer, to have a response to what he was saying. So I just stayed muted.
Okay, so are you talking about what Flat Earth Data just brought up?
Yeah, I was just waiting. I expected that you were going to talk. That's why I didn't unmute myself. I didn't have anything to add to that anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, all I can say is that I haven't looked into presenting that as an analysis up to this point, but the concept, the abstract aspect, and when I think about these discussions, I have almost in a out-of-body experience thought about looking from the top down. When I have presented, I guess I'll share my screen real quick and just show some stuff since I can do that real quick and just talk through that. Let's bring up these paint pictures. So thinking about where I look at these observations from the Concord Point light, Havre de Grace, Maryland. This is not a screen grab, so I can't make, it's so strange that these pictures, I cannot make this outline any larger, but if this was a screen grab, this band would be accentuated. But in order to fill this out, let me see if I can do that. I'll just make that so you can see it easier. Okay, so this is about 3 miles away. This is Battery Island. And so I've thought about, and I've asked a friend of mine to try to look into trying to to depict from this in orthographic view. So one of the things, guys, one of the things that I found abstract from this depiction of the EDU site, right? So we have this picture. Are you guys in the chat up to speed with time? Like there's no delay. You can see this right now? Yeah?
Yeah, it's all good. All good, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. Okay, so basically this is not an accurate orthographic view. Okay. I'm just going to be pedantic, and this is not rhetorical. I want an answer. What is incorrect about this orthographic view?
Well, normally you can have the reverse happen, so I wouldn't say that that's a constant.
Okay, but if you had the reverse happen, would it be an inferior mirage?
It would be a superior mirage, which is the one that goes above it, right?
Right. Okay, right. So I completely agree with you. So let's try to stick with their concept of inferior mirage. This is orthographic.
Light doesn't bend, right? You have a problem here. You have them admitting that they in science world, they claim that the air has a 1 degree refraction index of 1, which is basically closest to a vacuum. This is what they say in science. If you look in any science literature, they all say light travels in straight lines. So any orthographic image you show me shows me curved lines. So right away, it's a false image.
Okay. All right. We'll take that into consideration. Anybody else? How would you analyze this? Again, it's not a picture. It's a graphic. I do have one particular answer in mind, and I'm not discounting what Flat Earth Data just said at all, but I'm just asking if anybody else has any other way that you would criticize this depiction. Okay, no one? All right, that's fine. That's fine. Here's my criticism. This is orthographic, right? We are not the observer. If we were the observer, we would see this picture here. See this? This is my line of sight to the battery island structure with the channel marker in the middle, water, all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's first person, right? We good with that? That's first person.
Looks like a normal mirage to me.
Yep. Okay. So what this is then this is me, and this is the battery island image. The problem with this image is I do not see an inferior mirage to the left, which is, if you think about this abstractly, this image is to the left. What they should have done is stretch this image out toward the viewer. So this orthographic view is mixing orthographic with first person. It's not even an accurate depiction of orthographic.
It is indeed, sir.
Right?
Yeah, it's just
showing, and there's
it's showing our point of view if we saw the reflection as his point of view. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a mixing of metaphors, if you will. Well, so the problem,
like the bending lines.
Yeah, I agree totally. Okay, but the problem is this is a GSU EDU site. They don't make any qualifications. Did they expect you to fill in the gaps yourself? Do they make a disclaimer at the beginning? We're going to say as much as we want to say and expect you to fill in. No, they don't. They just present material that's abstract, and you have someone else on another stream last week on Friday go, yup, we know this. It's a horrible Puerto Rican accent, but that's what it is. Okay, you don't even know what you're looking at. And you're going, yup, we know this. Inferior mirage. No, sorry. Okay. So I don't even know where I was going with this. Not even sure why I hijacked this show. Whose stream is this? So this image here, right, is, again, my criticism of this is don't show me your diagram. Don't show me your tune. Can't you find a real picture that doesn't have a high level of refraction where you have something to contrast it with? Because this right here in the middle, this isn't my computer at home, so I don't have any of this stuff set up. I can't do this reduplicator right now. But right here in this middle part here is my only real criticism. That is, this part here that has this water in this space between this landmass, this landmass, this landmass, landmass tree, landmass, that should all be reflected sky. Okay, that is what is insufficient in this diagram. This is not even accurate to reality. And Flatsa brought this up earlier on in his diagnosis with the images that he brought up, which was actually, very, in my opinion, very accurate. And
have you looked at when they posted that stuff, like when it was updated last? Do you ever look at the date when they update these?
I don't even know how to do that. I mean, I would guess.
Use the Wayback Machine. Just type in the Wayback Machine. Take the link of the site you're on, throw it into the Wayback Machine, and look at the previous date to see when it's been updated. So that's what I do to find. This is what I do to find out changes in.
Wouldn't you think though that, I mean, I guess my question is right now, if someone who had like, I'm going to post this in the chat right now, so I'm going to copy this link. Copy. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to post it in the link. If someone goes to this site right now, they're going to see that image. Where'd it go? Oh, I forgot. Hold on. Catching up, people. Okay. If they go to this website right now for the first time, they're not going to see an updated image on this. There aren't any bots listening to us updating this image right now, because we're making a criticism of it. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying to a certain extent. This could have been updated in 2008.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's just when we have these discussions, like for instance, Mick West. Now, Mick West had a Kurth calculator just sitting there, just happenstance. It just all of a sudden appeared in 2014, right around when Flat Earth began. So, and then and this is all verifiable. Just use the Wayback Machine yourself. Go to Mick West's site, type in the link, and you can see it started in April of 2014, I think, or May 2014. Why would a programmer have an Earth curve calculator sitting there? And then, of course, over the 3 years, you can see all the changes he's made to it. Not only that, Walter Bislin, same thing. Well, 2014, Walter Bislin didn't have that on his calculator. And all of a sudden, you see all this stuff that Walter Bislin has added to his calculator. So they are listening to flat earthers. They are listening to the argument, and they're trying to refine their argument based on what we've discovered.
So basically what you're saying is we have artificial intelligence trying to catch up with our criticisms.
So as far as I understand AI and how it works, is it's the last flat Earth is, to me, one of the last frontiers for AI to work in, because it's the flat Earth and the globe Earth is the oldest argument known to man. Anybody who's a genuine researcher will see that they were debating this in even early 1900s. It was not set in stone. The reality behind it is man didn't have the technology until 1948 to get 60,000 feet in the air. And ironically, in 2019, Richard Branson gets awarded for going 62,000 feet in the air. The same thing they did in 1948. So we're at the stagnation of technology. We're at this, technology as far as machines that are operable in our environment. In other words, Antarctica reaches minus 90. Okay, if I was a military aide and I knew that Antarctica reached minus 90, I would build bases and I'd build a pipeline and I'd do all this stuff to build it. Well, supposedly it's there, right? Supposedly the tech has got us there, but I'm finding lack of evidence. I'm finding a lack of proof. Now, who am I, a guy behind a laptop? Yeah. Do I have access to military and Space Force stuff? No. Do people debating this shit that are globe heads? No. So anyway, I went on a rant, but I kind of lost my point, what I was saying. But this argument is the oldest. So it is definitely the best interest of all the high intellectual minds to hear the argument all over again, because the difference between in the early 1900s is now is there wasn't airplanes all over the place. There wasn't drones all over the place. There weren't ways to check. Now we have the tools to check. It's just the mind catching up with what we see. And there's people that got it right away because they observed it for what it is. And then there's other people that just can't fathom it because it's a lie. They say it's too big of a lie. I can't go there. How could they lie? It's really, that's what it comes down to, in my opinion. It's just whether they finally accept they've been lied to.
Yeah. And I mean, I wish I could find a way to have the chat up and not have this Twilight Zone image here, but I don't know how to do it yet. But
do you mind if I share an image? I just want to share this image on you.
Go for it. Go for it. Yep.
Travis, you can just share a specific tab on Google, and then it doesn't do that.
Yeah, but then I can't see the chat. Right? How do I share a specific tab? Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. But okay, maybe I'll try that next time. Say that again.
You can also share the whole Google or Chrome, I mean, and then you can pull what I do.
Yeah.
StreamYard tab off.
Okay, can you guys see this?
Okay.
No.
Let me see. Hold on real quick. I don't see anything just yet. It's just us and our little icons. Have you chosen to share screen?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm trying to do it now. It's not letting.
Yeah.
Screen thing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It's just I have to do some privacy settings, I guess. Just give me a second.
Do you have, Travis? You might have to click to add his share screen down there.
I'm
I'm
trying to keep an eye out for it. Yeah. I'm trying to watch for it. Yeah.
Okay, can you see it now?
Okay, here we go. I'm adding it. Here we go.
Have you guys seen a version of this? Oh shit. For fuck's sakes. Pardon me. There you go. I'll bring it up again. My bad. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'll leave it up. So
just hold on real quick. I'm sorry. If there's a curse word to be used, we have to smurf it. So
yeah. No worries.
Okay.
I'm not talking like to a glober, so I'm gonna remain relatively calm.
I'm just teasing. That was an inside joke.
Oh, okay.
It's an inside joke. Yeah. No worries.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, to see the image there, it should be able to see it now. Oh, right, and I'm swearing on it. I forgot. Yeah. Is that why you're not
yeah. No. Okay, hold on. No. Okay, I added you. I don't know why it went off. Okay, there you go. You're back. There you go. Okay, you're back.
So what I'm trying to display here is two observers looking. One's looking at each one. They're looking at each other, but they're 7 miles apart. Right now, if we were to have hypothetical them on water and they're 7 miles apart, which one is experiencing the boat going down over the curve? Does it make sense, this orthographic image?
Oh, it's orthographic and yet it's first person. What's the very focal point? What are we looking at?
So basically what I'm showing you is I'm showing you two observers and their perspective views 7 miles apart from each other facing the same direction. So
okay, check this out. Yeah. When I first got into Flat Earth back in 2017, and I was driving up and down the 495 corridor around DC, and I was crossing over the it's not Eisenhower. Who was around Eisenhower? Who's the other guy around Eisenhower? Not
D. Eisenhower, and then you had
tip of my tongue. No. I think it's the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Okay,
Who's
so
the guy responsible
as you cross the Woodrow Wilson, as you cross the bridge, to your left going north, to your right going south, there is the Washington Monument, 555 feet tall. And I thought about placing 5 people at the same circumference, right? Same distance away from, or diameter. Is that the diameter? Whatever. Same distance away from that axis. Right, that's this, except you're just using 2 people. So that center point is the Washington Monument. And you've got a distance, and yeah, totally. Okay, I'm tracking. Everybody else tracking with me? I'm tracking.
I get it, but you see, what I want to do is I want to turn this into an animation, and I want to actually show a boat going down. And as the boat's going down on one side, it comes up on the other side, and it's happening over a distance of 7 miles. So that's what I want to show for the animation, because that's what would happen in reality. Right? So the observer watching the boat go away 3 miles to 4 miles, the other observer facing the other direction would see the boat coming over the curve, right? So how can both observers see one going down and one coming up? Right? And this is as basic as it gets. This is as basic as your vision gets. This shows simply how your vision works and simply how the Earth is not a ball. In my opinion, I was hoping that this would translate, but I haven't seen anybody do this version. Mind you, I haven't looked at everything, but have you seen a version of this?
No, this is the first time. I think it's fantastic. I think it needs to be, played
cleaned
out
up and so, professionally done. So I'm probably going to get a cartoonist to work this with me, because it will clearly show as an object moving away, appearing to move downward. Like I said, it will appear to move upward for the other guy. So whose is it? Whose vision is correct? One's going down, one's going up. So what is it? It clearly demonstrates it's an optical effect. It clearly demonstrates it's not curvature, and it clearly is a very easy thought experiment that you can see. And the best part about this is that if I went 100 feet in the air and looking down at zenith, I would have that square miles, more than 7 square miles of footage, or more than 7 square miles that I could actually see. So anybody saying anything in the comments?
Yeah, we got a comment from Bowel Movement Science. Damn it, I did it again. Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science.
So
we have a comment from Blue Marble Science, and I have invited him in, so we'll see if he takes the bait.
Yeah,
That will always be funny.
Danielle, do you understand my orthographic here? Does it make sense?
Yes.
Is there any issues with it? Do you see that as something I can improve on?
I mean,
it clearly illustrates. I mean, it could be more artistic, and I could not swear in it. Maybe.
I like the verbal enhancement.
Well, the best part about is I've been arguing the diffraction limit of the human eye for a while now, and it's good that finally it's being picked up. I hear the 1.22 times the square foot of the observer going around now. That's good, because it really is just based on our eyes.
It is.
And I'm so Fed can talk over me. So Travis, if Blue Marble comes on, I will not overtalk the guy. For you, I will remain silent, Travis.
Okay, right. So the last comment I've got right here in the chat is, for what, Travis? So Fed can talk over me? So right now, right now we have your... Go ahead.
I really like the demonstration that Curious Life did on the eye and the limitations. That was pretty proper.
Okay.
Curious Life, can
All
you send the link in the...
All right. In the meantime, Flat Earth Data, you have said that you will do your bestest not to overtalk Big Blue. Is that correct?
I will not overtalk him.
Okay. So Big Blue, I will send you the link to this show, and if you want to join, I will let you join. And yeah, so there we go. All right, give me just a second to do that. Everybody else carry on, talk amongst yourselves while I get about my business
Hey Travis, have you seen? I filmed you've been doing a lot of observations outdoors. Have you seen my observation where I film in and I actually film in on the edge of the boat? I'm in Jamaica and I'm standing on the shore and I actually film an edge. You can see the boat just kind of over it. You know what I mean? We've seen these pictures a thousand times.
You know, to be honest, my knee-jerk response is I don't know that you put out data when I signed up on your subscription, so I don't know that I hit the bell notification.
It's all good.
Ultimately, that's a long answer. Ultimately, that's a long answer for saying no, I haven't seen that. But if you want to share it, walk us through it, feel free, or just talk us through.
Well, let me try to. I'll share the screen here. I'll show you. It's Blue commented on it, by the way, so it's a great video for him to participate in. I'm just going to bring it up here and I'll show it to you guys. It's called Parasailing Over the Edge. It's shot on a P900, and what I've filmed is, person parasailing out in the distance while I'm standing on the shore. The great part about this picture is that there's an edge, and we all can clearly see an edge. I'm just going to try to show.
Okay. In the meantime, real quick, we haven't seen a change in the screen. At least I haven't.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I'm working on that.
And all right, Big Blue. Just to let you know, I have sent you an invite, so you are free to join the panel, and I will do my best to be a moderator. If anything gets out of control, if you're getting talked over, just appeal to me, and I will step in. Okay.
There you go, Travis. I got that screen up now.
I got to add it. Here we go.
So this is parasailing.
What's up with the? Well, hold on. First of all, what's up with the angle in the water? How's the water staying at that angle?
Yeah, it's a little unsteady, the camera, so I'm just gonna.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm not leveled off, man. I'm kind of holding it.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
It's just not leveled. So here you can see I'm about. Let me just see, we're at full frame here. I'll zoom back so you can see how far I am. So you see here I am here, right? And you see that little boat right there. I don't know if you can see my cursor. You can? Okay, good. And you see this little parasailer here, right? So I made a joke and I published this September 18th, 2019. I made a little joke. I says, well, I'm parasailing over the edge. And this is what Globers like Michelle Thaller, like Bill Nye, teach our children. They teach us that standing on the shore, boats will go over this edge if you grab a pair of binoculars. Well, here's a pair of binoculars. I've zoomed in, and there is the wonderful edge. There's the edge, guys. Now, the major problem with this is that if I was to look down at zenith, now can I? Let me see if I can do that. If I look down at zenith, you're going to see how far that is away from the observer, and it's not very far now, is it, Travis? Right. So, let me just bring this up here, and I'll use Google Earth. It's a wonderful tool for debunking this artificial world we've been presented. So I'm just going to pick a shoreline here. Any shoreline, doesn't matter for the shits and giggles. We're a little observer right here. Okay, we're standing on the shore right here. And I'm going to just grab this little tool, a little circle tool. I'm going to put it to miles. And I'm going to stand right on the shore here. Okay, and I'm going to drag out till I get my view of 3 miles. Okay, so this is my view. Okay, so this is what I can physically see until I see a horizon line. So if I'm standing here, I can see all the way around to this distance, but I'm going to see a horizon line, which is about 2.9798. So let's just say 3 miles here. So if I'm looking out at the shore, I'm going to see this line here. Okay, this is the limited angular resolution based on the 1.22 times the square foot of the observer site. Now, the reason why that this isn't consistent is because when you use an optical camera that can zoom in, you are going to see farther with bigger lenses and a bigger aperture. Anyway, you can see here, right here, this line is indeed that edge that everybody claims boats go down. So in that orthographic image that I drew, I'm showing you that the observer standing here. So we took another observer. Let's say another observer is how far away? He's on this island here. So I'm just going to save this. And let's just see if we can do this here. We have another observer standing here, and we're going to get his radius out, his radius of view. Why is this not working? 1 second. Let's say he's
Hey, taboo conspiracy in the house. Sorry, there was a bit of a pause, so I thought I would jump in. Let me just do a shout out for everybody in the chat, please. Hold on, just real quick. Flat Earth Data. Eyes to See is here. Clary is here. Jose JG Gonzalez, boom, is here. Taboo conspiracy, thanks so much. Frank, SE Montreal. Brother, you made it into my cover song parody of Everlong, La La Land. Shout out to SE Montreal. Who else is here? C4 is in the house. And Brandon Toy, Brian Leakey, and Blue Marble Science was here. I sent him an email, so we'll see if he joins. All right, back to you, Flat Earth Data.
So we've got two observers now, okay? And these circles are representing the radius or the line of sight out into the horizon line. So we have an observer here and we have an observer here. They're both looking, let's say, at each other. Now, this is just a rough example. What they are going to see in reality is they're going to see this. They're going to see the clouds and ground go into the apparent horizon. In the definition, a Merriam-Webster's definition, it says the apparent junction of the sky and ground. Well, I don't know if you guys know what the word junction means, but it means the joining of together. Since it's apparent, it means it actually doesn't touch, which means the clouds and ground are parallel. So here's a logical question for the globe heads. If you have an observer standing here and you have an observer standing here and they're both looking at each other, one's north or south, and one's looking south, one's looking north, or one's looking east, or one's looking west, but they're looking together. They're 180-degree separate, and they're about a distance of 7 miles apart, or 6.5 miles, whatever, 7 miles in this case. At what point, if a boat was traveling to one of the observers, which would be the correct vision? The one that sees the boat going down or the one that sees the boat coming up? Do you guys clearly see what I'm trying to represent here? Does it make sense what I'm trying to show you?
It's very abstract, but I follow you, yeah.
So how can I clarify to make it less abstract? What I'm trying to show you is two center positions of an observer. That red line is the horizon line for the one observer, and that yellow line is the other line for the horizon line for the observer. So you get two observers here at a distance of 7 miles apart. They both see two separate horizons. Now, if an object was moving away from one, it would appear to go down as it appears to go up for another, right? But being that it's over a distance of 7 miles and it's over water, how can an object go down over curvature and up over curvature at the same time?
Exactly. So I'm going to mute now. So you guys keep telling me I'm going to mute.
So
thanks, FED.
No worries. So I hope this clarifies what I'm trying to show the average person. And that to verify this, all you have to do is look from a zenith position. So I know this says I'm 10 miles above. So it's pretty high above to see a 3 mile radius. But you get the idea that as the boat moves away at this junction point, it's going to appear to move down for one and up for another, depending on the direction it's headed. So if it's headed towards, in this case, if it's headed north towards the yellow, it's going to appear to go down for the red and then appear to come up for the yellow. And this is just what we would observe in reality. So I ask, how does a curve facilitate that effect?
FED, I have a question. I have a question. What would the guy at the midpoint see?
Wait, hold on, Aaron, you need to raise your hand. Raise your hand, please. This is a classroom. Raise your hand.
Hand up.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
What would the guy at the midpoint see. If he could see both observers and out into his, let's call it the radius of view.
Well, let's say put him here
Circle
then.
of
Let's
vision.
put him right in the middle here. He's on water. Let's put his radial view or his
Would he have to look down to see both observers? The
Well-
other two? Would he have?
well, depends where the boat was coming from, right? If the boat was already in his line of vision, he would see see how I'm drawing it out here, right? It'd already have to be in his line of vision for it to appear there, or if it is entering his vision, it will appear to come upward, and if it's leaving his vision, it will appear to go downward, right? So that's what he would see in the middle, right? So
So he'd
This
see
here
a
is-
flat plane.
no, he would he would observe plane to plane, absolutely, because that's what we see when we're 6 feet tall, right? The perspective delineation is based on plane to plane point, you know,
Absolutely.
plane to plane anyway is how perspective delineation is measured. This case here, I'm just showing. I'm just wondering, why is it still abstract? I'm showing you this.
It's abstract. It's abstract when you don't think about it in a linear fashion. If you think about it when you ask the question and you try to superimpose the curve, you have to be abstract. But the way that you're depicting it right there, it's not abstract. So that's what if that makes any sense of what I said.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just
his what he's showing, I think, is a linear disc of sight,
yes.
and
So
it's flat and level.
yeah.
When we see.
It's just the point is how does it slip the mind that if you have two observers facing each other and an object appears to go down for one and up for another over 7 miles should indicate should indicate that it's perspective and not a curvature, because logically you can't have an object be going down for one and up for another in this, over 7 miles. It's just logically impossible. It's only possible if you understand how vision works. It's not possible on the model ball.
Absolutely.
So how can I make
Okay,
it?
just real quick. I'm sorry, I was just going to jump in real quick. We got a comment from Blue Marble Science. I have an idea. Can you give me a few minutes to make a drawing that shows how this works? Talking through it without graphics isn't going to work very well. All right, do your business. Let us know when you're ready. You've got the link, okay? All right, back at you, FED.
Blue Marble,
How
Blue
flat-
Marble, you are more than welcome, and I will keep all these other guys quiet while you speak.
Shh, Aaron. Shh.
Sorry, I just want to make
The
him feel
queen.
comfortable.
The queen has spoken.
Yeah, Flatsa. I put the link in the chat for you.
So
Yeah, but
how can I?
we can't. I'm sorry. We can't have Flatsa join. Oh yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Okay, we can do that. I apologize.
I'm really curious to see how this Blue Marvel guy, Bob, handles the 7 mile, two observers seeing, two different horizons at such a short distance.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd like to see how he quantifies that.
It shall be interesting, but maybe we shall let him present it, right? Just see.
It was the
All
link
right.
to real life stuff, not.
Is there anything going on in chat that someone else caught that we can bring up in the meantime while we're waiting for Big Blue? We have a comment. I'm going to post this right in the thing because the only thing that I like really about StreamYard is you can post certain comments. Brandon Toy, shout out to Brandon Toy. The sky remains constant in both models relative to an object moving overhead. Only your angle to the object changes.
So, Brandon Toy,
Boom.
do the clouds touch the sky? Or sorry, do the clouds touch the ground as they appear to, looking off into the distance? You guys ever seen a cloudy day, right? Like in the,
Oh, yeah.
like in the orthographic picture here, you can have clouds going down into this point, right? Touching the lower ground. Well, if you have, if the clouds are sitting at 2,000 feet or 1,500 feet, are they getting closer? No, they're not getting closer. They're remaining parallel. So if I add in a third observer to this image and he is higher than both of these observers, he too will also see an apparent convergence of the ground. So where's the horizon exactly if all three are apparent, are like an apparent effect? It's not an actual physical effect, right? So where is the curve if it's an apparent effect? Even in the definition, apparent.
Yeah. Well, we should hopefully be seeing something presented to us by Blue Marble Science that will, if not, and I don't mean to be trite, right? We want to possibly give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be able to produce a diagram, right?
I hope
that
it's a little
can
bit of demonstration of the gyroscope.
Say that
listen,
again.
don't-
What did you say, Daniel?
I hope it's a little better than
She's
his
throwing.
gyroscope demonstration.
I
Where he
didn't hear that again.
She's throwing snowballs. She's throwing snowballs. Go ahead, say it again.
His demonstration of how a gyroscope works when he was holding onto the broom handle. That was great.
It's part mock, man. At some point after this much time, I've been in enough debates over the years to know when Brenda gets on, she's a joker. This completely joke for her. She doesn't take any of this stuff seriously. Nothing. It's all
No, she does not. Not at all.
Same with Blue Marble Science. It's the same. It's basically it's imagine if an overgrown child is being parented, and they already know that they're overgrown, and they already know that they're a child, so they'll act like an adult, but they'll do all these stupid childish things. I was in a debate with Brenda, sorry, and
that's what I say. That is exactly what I say. Oh my. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
that was a complete slip, man. I just forgot the name for a second, but
that's funny. That's funny.
But we were talking about Coriolis, right? And I said to her, I said, so all the air is in different layers, moving in all different directions, and yet it's constant. And she's like, yep, that's exactly how it works. And I was just like, I got to leave this. I can't debate you, dude, because you're, the disingenuous reifications that they did. They just, and then now they know the Earth's flat. At least I think Brenda does know the Earth's flat, and I think Bob does, and all these guys. They have to, because you wouldn't try so freaking hard to fight against it if you weren't threatened by it. And so either there is a physical curve and it's measurable, it would be evident. But now you find out that all the calculations and all the motives all stem from a presupposition that we're not living in a flat area, we're living in a ball.
FED, if it wasn't flat, do you think there would be this uprise, this super uprise of folks, like you just said, that I think they believe it's flat, but they just want to fight for their belief to say no, it's round, and they're going to.
Well, that's what it is, because if you look at their arguments, it's becoming so evident that they know it's flat, because their arguments are really, really bad now, and they're not improving, they're not getting better. So it's actually just really, really cringy and really embarrassing, and I think that's where we'll leave all that behind eventually. But there's such a fine language in getting somebody interested in the truth, that there's so many personalities and so many different ideas on it, that it'll end up being a slower process, obviously, and more of a convoluted process as everything else is in the world. Finding a nice way to package this in a way that's simplistic, it is challenging.
Absolutely.
But I think that.
All right, so go ahead, finish your thought. Go ahead.
I think that as we're getting better, we're getting to be more refined, and now that it's undisputable that the 1.22 systemic from the curvature formulas. Like all curvature formulas, if you put in 1 foot, 1 height will equal 666 feet, 7.98 inches, and all equal 1.22459 miles away. The 1.22 is so important because it's in the Rayleigh criterion. It's in the angular resolution formula. So that constant is derived from our eye. So the more people get onto the idea that I can calculate the diffraction limit, the apparent diffraction, because it's based on light, not physical bodied, people will start to realize more and more that it is eyes. It has everything to do with eyes. It's just getting people there is the, it's going to be the fun part.
You mean FAD has nothing to do with curvature, or is that what you're saying?
I think the refraction index of the human eye is 1.44, and I find that number interesting in itself. And I also find the fact that they call it an aqueous humerus is also very funny in itself, because I really think they knew what they were doing. Because why the hell would they call it an aqueous humerus?
Okay, hold on. Break that down for us. Break that down for us.
So the eye, I haven't really gone into the detail of it. I just find the words sort of funny. But aqueous humerus, I think, is that what the part of the eye is? I can't remember the names. Give me a second here.
I don't know.
But it,
No problem. Hey, I would encourage you, if folks come on and want to challenge you about this, listen to what they have to say.
I
And
think
then just say
Emball has
what
found his excuse to not Emball. I'm sorry. Blue
yeah,
Mark
so it's
Science says, "There you go, Travis. I don't need that shit from eyes. I can easily find much smarter people to insult me." Well, I was there that day, Blue Marble Science, when you guys were talking about the gyroscope, and Travis was taking the entire conversation totally seriously, and you pretended you were, but you're holding a stick up in the freaking air like you don't know even how a gyroscope works, tilting it back and forth in your hands. It was a joke. It was going on and on and on, like it was a freaking joke, and you didn't get it at all. You're trying to show some kind of ridiculous demonstration that made no sense, and you're just dragging it out to avoid the question.
It's okay. Eyes, it's okay. Let him say that stuff. It's okay. Let him come on. Let him come on.
Come on.
So anybody wanted to know what the aqueous humor is? It's called the aqueous humor. It's a transparent watery fluid similar to plasma. Contains low protein concentrations. Its secretion comes from the ciliary epithelium. Don't know what that is. A structure supporting the lens. It fills both the anterior and the posterior chambers. But they named it aqueous humor. So what is aqueous? Water? Humor? Funny water? Am I deducing that just sillily? Sort of... but do you see what I'm saying?
There is a Latin connection there. Yes.
Well, it literally means funny water. So aqueous means containing water or a solution, and of course, humor is the quality of being amusing or comic.
So okay, since I'm only listening to what you're saying, aqueous would be aquatic, right? So it would be AQUA, aqueous, aquatic.
Yeah, so the definition is of containing of water. It's an aqueous solution. It's containing of water. So the definition of our eye, the part that we see through, the aqueous humor. So funny water. Do you know what I mean? That's literally what the definitions mean.
I believe that's very, very interesting and funny, actually. And
we're looking through funny water, yeah. And you know what's really
and
interesting?
relevant.
It is, because if you're going to study the eye, it's good to know. I mean, I didn't get into all the details of the eye, but fundamentally, we have a refraction index. I think it's 1.44. I could be wrong with that, 1.44. But the light going through ends up on a hard glass prism in the back of our eye. So it's funny how that there's two functions here. There's a circular aperture, and there's a flat a piece of glass, and this is how we visualize things. And through that light, it travels through the aqueous humor.
And this is all based upon the idea that we believe that somebody dissected the eye while looking through that same eye, or to know, like, if you cut an eyeball open, I'm not too sure you can figure out this shit. They just made up names for it and said, yep, this is what we see. And the very front of our eye is called the pupil, right? The student, the pupil.
I think there's definitely some meanings that we glance over that, that have more story to them and more insight to them than we probably realize on a regular basis. And that's how I think about the esoteric situation of the world we live in. There's a lot of esoteric information that could be useful to a lot of people, but it appears that it's just not, it's not sought after, or it's not part of our hunger, right? We're kind of hungrier for other
Even
things.
Even like our eyes, the pupils live between the temples, right? Our temples.
Yeah,
Shit
well,
like that.
yeah, exactly. It's the
Who-
same.
Who made that up, right?
Well, it's the same as I should have had a brain fart here. It's the same as like the word hello, right? The word hello was developed, one of the first words used for the phone. But why they would use hello, I don't, it baffles me that was the word chosen. And when you go look it up and you find the origins of hello and the combination of the word and sort of like the wizardry behind spellbinding and using words like hello.
Have you ever watched Marty Leeds on his?
Yeah, I have an issue with Marty Leeds. I've listened to him before. I stopped listening to him. He's he's into the Freemason stuff, which is fine. And he promotes, he gives you insight, but a lot of his math is based on the constant of, 60 by 60 by 24. And that's a man construct, and it's not actually reality. And
that's what the globe model is based off of.
yeah, but he uses that
24.
Yeah, but he uses that globe model stuff in his literature. He uses the globe model mathematics in his numerology type stuff.
Well, to show that that's how they created it. Yeah, to show.
No, he's to me he's on the fence kind of guy for me. I'm not a supporter or a hater of Marty Leeds. I've watched him. I find him. There's just things that I've seen that I don't like, and
he does go into the temple and the hands and the body and the spine and all that stuff, on a couple of the shows, and it's pretty good. For esoteric info, I guess.
He's smart. He's got a lot of esoteric information for sure. I stumbled upon him last year. I know people, I've heard of his name. I've never watched his videos until last year. I was watching him for a while, but then he started using globe math for his interpretations, and I was like, well, if you're a flat earther, you shouldn't.
What do you think about this? And it's one of the things that I've learned from him that I don't know if you know, but there's 60 minutes in it, 60 seconds in an hour, 60 minutes in. Sorry.
60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, times 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day, times 365 equals 864,000.
Yeah, he uses that number quite a bit in his astrology work, and I was gonna.
864,000 is the diameter of the sun. That's what they say, right? So he's trying to tell us that that's how they came up with the diameter of the sun, so then they could get a distance.
So you're saying that they use the 60 by 60 by 24 or 60 by 60 by 365?
60 seconds, 60 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year is 865,000, which is the diameter of the sun, which is what we're told, right? We're told that.
Interesting. I never looked into that. I'll check that out. Speaking of the diameter of the sun, Travis, have you ever looked at arc minutes of the sun and the moon? And
Yeah.
laid them out? Have you ever laid them out geometrically, like used Google Earth and used the circle and make a 30?
No.
Okay, you know what's really interesting?
No.
I'm in the process of finishing.
Listen, hold on. Let me make a comment. Let me just make a real quick comment, Flat Earth Data. I haven't even gone through all of the files that I've shot on the Chesapeake Bay or the Channel Islands. So no.
Yeah, fair enough, man.
Okay.
Sorry, man. I apologize.
Give me a little. Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead, carry on.
Well, no, I'm gonna end here, man, because I'm hijacking your stuff here. So I'm just gonna shut up and listen.
Not at all, bro. Not at all, man. As long as there's a conversation going, I have no qualms.
Keep going.
Okay, so here's something. Can I share my screen again? I'm going to show you a star chart map that I did using their formulas, and I did a little bit of some reverse engineering, if you will, to get different sizes, or sorry, different distances. And I'll show you the formulas I used, and I'll just show you something that's really interesting that matches the arc minute. If you translate it to miles, will match in size, and I'll give you a demonstration to show you. Just bear with me. Okay, going back to
should be ready to go whenever you're. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so let's just start it here. I'm just going to show you this. So I'm going to go miles. Let's say the sun is 32 miles, right? It's 32 arc minutes is what they say it is, right? So I'm just going to show you geometrically. And this works with sizing out all the planets, and really good for, I'm going to do a video on Venus transiting the sun and Saturn transiting, the ISS transiting Saturn. Anyway, so 32 miles, let's just put it to 32 miles here. Let's say that's the diameter, the diameter, so the radius of the sun, 32 miles, the arc minutes, let's say, okay, let's forget the miles, let's use that as arc minutes. And then if I do this moon, now the moon can be 29 to 32. Actually, the moon can get bigger than the sun according to the arc minutes. So I'm not going to be center here. Just let me see if I can center this. And then I'll show you my star map thing. So let's say we're 29. Now, when you see an eclipse, that's basically, let's say the sun is the red line and the moon is the red line, right? Or the moon is the yellow line. The moon is the yellow radius. Sorry, the yellow circle. And the sun is the red circle. You can see that during an eclipse, this is kind of what we see, right? For size-wise in the sky. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anybody?
I'm following it. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we were looking at the sun and the moon, and we were to measure it out using arc minutes, but we were to translate it to miles, you'd be able to lay out the geometry, okay, and see that it matches observation. In other words, if I lay out a circle that's 32 miles wide and put a 29-mile circle inside of it, it appears to be like what we see the eclipse. Now, the fun stuff is I did this little thing here. I was studying some Ptolemy work and studying out the chord and figuring out how he came up with the sun. He also predicted, assumed the sun size, and he came up with 32 arc minutes. So these three formulas you can use. This one here, there's four formulas, sorry. There's this one here and this one here. So basically you can take the distance of an object, or this gives you the distance to the object based on its size times the 57.29 to give you the degrees. And then this one will give you the angular degree, taking the size, timesing it by 57.9, but dividing it by the distance. So I did all that originally, and I came up with these formulas. So if we look at Mars in the sky, it will have an arc minute of 0.41. Okay, so what does this mean? What does this matter? Okay, so I went down and I did a little bit more digging, and I wanted to find out other formulas I can use to find out the angular degree, the angular size, the arc minutes of all these objects in the sky, using basic Euclidean geometry, right? Basic formulation, triangulation, all that stuff. So if you look, see my formula come up here. So here's a formula here. So this would be the size divided by brackets 2 times the tangent brackets the distance divided by 2. No, it's not the distance divided by 2, and then you times it by the 57.3 to get you the distance. So Venus is measured arc minutes of, is that correct? 95 arc minutes? That doesn't seem right. I'd have to look at that for Venus. That doesn't seem right. I think that's maybe wrong. Anyway, the point is,
we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know the number from Shine talking.
Okay, fair enough. So what I'm showing here is that if you take these formulas, 2 times arctangent bracket size divided by the 2 times the distance, you're going to get your angles in degrees, and then you're going to get size divided by brackets 2 times the tangent brackets the degree divided by 2, or the angle of degree divided by 2 will get you the distance. So I actually have the distance calculated here without the presupposition of anything, just using the degrees and the arc minutes. And then I get the arc seconds and so forth. So Venus appears to be, let's not do Venus, let's do Saturn. Saturn appears to be 0.3 arc minutes. This is in modern science. Modern science says arc minutes is 3.8. If I use the calculations and I use the arc minute and I use the degree, I'll get a distance of 3,456 miles away. Now, what's really cool is I'll do a video where I'll show the arc minute of the sun. Then I will show the distance of Venus to the sun. What's really interesting is that, and really mind-blowing, is that it almost appears, because the Venus has to be closer to us than the sun is to transit in front of it. Well, the thing with Venus is Venus goes farther and comes close according to the path that it's on and according to the changes of the arc minute or arc second over the seasons. So in other words, they do come closer and they do go farther away according to their arc minutes and degrees. I think my point here is
are you saying according to like the prescribed definition of that, like the
yeah, so for instance, if we were to use arc minutes and arc seconds to measure something with a tool, we would get the same measurements as modern science does, except for what they do is they presuppose the astronomical unit in with the math. So they're not just calculating the arc minute and degree. They're saying that the arc minute degree is this because of the astronomical unit, whereas I'm just using the arc minute and the degree to get the distance.
Yeah.
I'm just using basic formulations here, and you can do it. It's really easy. I don't know if you see these formulas clearly. Doesn't look like you can.
Yeah, I don't. The one thing that I have a question on. This is completely unrelated, but I've got my phone open with the stream from YouTube, and it looks really blurry. Is anybody following this on YouTube? Does it look blurry like that? Because on my computer with us in the chat, it's clear as day, but the YouTube stream looks it's through a smudge.
I can see it fine. No, I can see it fine now. I'm on my YouTube here.
No, that's weird. That's really weird. Okay.
No, I'm not on YouTube. I'm on the stream thing. 1 second. I'll check YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Everybody else is just listening because if they're watching it, it's that blurry. There's no way they can see anything.
I think audio is pretty good explanation.
So,
I'm really interested in what you're saying. Please continue.
I'm just fooling around with. Well, I shouldn't say fooling around. I was learning Ptolemy, the alchemist, and learning how he came up with the math and came up with the just the process of doing it. Anything worth learning is understanding the process of how it came to be. And I find that Ptolemy, even himself, assumed the size of the sun.
Yeah.
The best part about it, though, is that all these sizes and arc minutes, if I translate them to miles geometrically, I will get the sizes match. So let's see, we get a orthographic view of the planet sizes in conjunction to themselves, or in side by side. You can see the relative sizes, right? Well, if you just use a tool, a geometrical tool like Google Earth or whatever you have, this is all I have that can do radius. This shows this. That if I took, like, for instance, let's do Venus here. So we see the sun Venus would be, because Venus transits the moon. So, oh, that Venus is wrong. All right, let me just see the arc minute of Venus. 1 second. I think it's wrong. I don't. It can't be that. Can't be as big as the sun there, right?
Just as a side note, are you thinking that you can actually triangulate the sun?
So
Like it seems
my,
like
my experience is it's like a no, you can't accurately triangulate the sun.
right. That's my
For
thought.
multiple, yeah, you can't. At least myself working on my own and with one other individual, it was very hard to get any kind of consistency, especially because of weather and those particularly weather. But when you're just looking at the stars and you study just basic navigation, they had to rely on the North Pole, and so yeah, there's some refraction there. If I use Google Earth and I measure from 2 different points and I use a triangulation calculator, I'll get let's say 800 miles away from the North Pole, I'll get a 78.8 degree. If I move away to another location, it might be sitting at there's just some inconsistency with triangulation. That's all I'm saying. Is the math isn't refined. I think you have to go into calculus a little bit more to maybe to fine tune the measurement, but I haven't gone to that level yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if you have 2 people under like the most perfect conditions, your view, I think it's been shown pretty clearly that your view is going to be so much different than you would expect it to be to a person not really that far away. It's what you're saying is based on where you're standing, and
yeah, it all is, yeah.
Tree shadows and everything, like building shadows, and you literally you can't get a proper triangulation.
I haven't personally been able to. The equation of time wouldn't allow us to really. It appears that if we had 2 different positions at 2 different locations, a couple thousand miles apart, the time factor on longitude versus latitude, obviously, people on the same longitude will supposedly experience the same time, right? I just find, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, even when you try to map it out with the tools that we have presently, I don't get a consistent triangulation. So,
Okay, listen up, everybody, real quick. I'm sorry, Danielle. Okay, I would like to see where this can go, and I'm not just trying to be a showman, not just trying to build my numbers, because we've got 23 watching, zan. So I've got Blue Marble Science demanding an apology, but I have you, and I trust you. I think that you possibly could have, no, I'm sorry. I think that you have a valid criticism. I would like to see possibly a conversation between you and Blue Marble Science where you can either iron this stuff out and you say, you know what, bowel movement stuff, damn it. Blue Marble Science, you know what? I was wrong. I'm sorry. Or the converse. So, Danielle, Blue Marble Science demands an apology. I think perhaps there could be some sort of amicable dialogue between the 2 of you.
Okay, but does it have to happen right this second? Because I'm like really enjoying this conversation.
Okay, all right, carry on.
And like this with a person that I respect the opinion of.
I'm going on mute. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up because I've been actually for quite a long time tracking the moon and sun myself, the angles, and I've noticed just an insane degree of separation over periods of 12 to 13 days, and this stemmed from hearing people talk about oh well, the sun doesn't look like it's rising in the right place, or the moon doesn't look like it's coming up in the right place today. So I was noticing in December in particular, like on December 1st, the moon came into my view at 160 degrees. It's 116 degrees. Excuse me. I'm having some like clicking in my earbuds here. At 11, sorry. Can you hear me okay? I'm getting like a really loud, staticky.
No, I can hear you.
You are 100% clear for me. Carry on.
Okay, because it went from like my normal slight feedback to this crazy sound. All right. At 11:27 in the morning, and then the next day it's 112 degrees coming in. But then you go to like by December 9th, it's I wrote my times 15:19. I didn't go by that, but at 73 degrees in the sky. So it's like it's going. I'm noticing this like sine wave pattern, especially with the sun, and I don't think that the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm talking to someone that is also doing the same thing about 2 states over from me, and we're watching it come up at the same angle in the sky each day, almost just a very slight separation. But when we're looking at it, we can't triangulate. You can't. I have the impression, and I'm sort of like have already formed the opinion that you literally cannot triangulate the sun. I don't think it's possible, and I think it's a projection is what I'm gathering so far on that. So I wanted to throw that in there, and I was kind of hoping that the end of what your point was, I was really hoping that you had like a pattern or a drawing that you were going to show. I was going to ask if you had that. That's just like that was my big question. If you had come up with a pattern.
Guys, you're getting
So-
far away from your mic. I can't hear you. Come on.
Yeah, so the pattern thing I've held off on trying to, because I don't believe it's a circular pattern.
No.
It appears to speed up and slow down. That's why I threw this equation of time on the board here. So this equation of time shows the speeding up and slowing down of the sun from season to season, or from month to month.
FED, step up to your mic. You're low. Come on.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, much
Okay,
better.
okay.
Much better.
All right, sorry about that.
Like
So I'm just saying this
Thank you.
equation of time, once again, going into the detail and finding the specific time and day, this equation of time shows that the sun does speed up and slow down. So but that to me indicates there is an issue because it's changing. It's never consistent, right? It's changing its position.
Right, and that's what I'm finding. Like dramatic changes day to day.
Yeah. So if you're trying to expect a consistent result in your triangulation, you're not going to get it with the sun, especially if there's 2 different people. Primarily is that it's being reflected. So have you done any filtration, like heavy solar filtration, just to see what it looks like, just to kind of zoom in on it with a camera? Okay. So it appears to be a physical object, but when you go and it doesn't behave like a physical object necessarily.
Right.
It behaves in a staggered layer of frequencies. In other words, if you were to look at the air, I suppose that we're looking through as threads, sheets of threads, like a whole bunch of sheets layered.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
each tiny sheet carries a frequency, and it's an array. So it's a sheet array, if you will. All these sheets stacked together in each sheet. So I feel that one position here for one guy will get the sun at that sheet. Then if you 500 miles or 1,000 miles over here, he'll get the sun for at that sheet of frequency. So it's sort of we're visualizing, we're manifesting a solid object through our eyes and our mind. But in reality, for different observers, the only reason why we have those different views is because they're visually seeing that frequency at that angle, that frequency at that angle, and so forth. Once again, this is just I have no way to prove this. This is just my own sophistry here, my own hypothesization, if you will. But that's what I gather that I'm witnessing, and why because you'd think, why, is refraction the only cause? Because refraction is basically light being bent in water. Well, we know that the sun, we visually see the sun through water. So is it just completely 100% refraction, or is it a magnetic? Like, for instance, when we see light bunched up, you get internal refraction, right? So is that what we're seeing? We're seeing a resonating gong that's gathering all this light and resonating really fast, and then it's staggered along the atmosphere based on its frequency, and each individual observer sees that frequency for whatever it is at their unique position. I find it is really solely based on the unique position of the observer, and that's why it's
Absolutely.
that's why it's unique. So I don't know if I'm helping here. I'm just sort of on a rant.
In the eyes of Cavendish, where mass attracts mass, would you say then that light attracts rock?
Well, I would say that if you look into Cavendish, he was a very awkward fellow. He spoke in very high tones. In fact, he was a socially illiterate. He was extremely wealthy.
Even if we give them a spinning ball of mass of gas in some space, right, called light, even if we give them that, does gas attract rock?
It's sort of a rhetorical question when you're asking a flat earther, but
that's right. It's not a question for you guys. It's a question for those guys.
Danielle, have you looked into the equation of time yet? Have you fooled around with a sundial at home at all? And
no, that is just one of those things I haven't touched yet.
Well, I hate to be a doomsday thinker or sayer, but I've looked at getting more skilled at my naturally navigating. Getting more skilled in that area, getting off the dependency of not knowing where north or south or east or west is, or how to navigate if I was indeed in a situation where it required. So I've been studying a lot of videos, just analyzing the speed of the sun and putting sticks in the ground, and it's quite fascinating that when you go back and you look at Eratosthenes' experiment, it's very easy to reverse engineer on the thought alone when you're basing it on a presupposition. So the 7.2 degree that he came up with, it's quite interesting, the process, because it's a hijacking. I can't remember where I'm having another brain fart here, but it's the 7.2 degree that he came up with. Is it 7.2 times 50? Is that what it is? Let me get a second here. Yeah, so 7.2 times 50. So it's almost as if you wanted to have a ball, you would set out the principles of it to prove it's a ball. In other words, if you knew that you could calculate a shadow to be 7.1 degree, and you knew that
that would be very necessary to prove the ball.
Well, the thing is that if you're looking at a circle and you want to break it down into radians or slices or whatever, basically this is what they're doing. So it'd be interesting to see because Eratosthenes, who was first? Pythagoras?
Let me ask you this, Effie. Did Eratosthenes, did he have time first? Like, did they have a relationship to time before he did this? Because to calculate a ball, just like you said, there has to be a time issue in there also, right?
Well, they
okay. Hold on.
So you know what about?
I'm sorry.
That's a very good statement there, because if you have no way to determine the area you work on because you're limited to height, because I think the highest they could get back then was a mountain of 3,200 meters. I think that was the highest. 3,200 meters was the highest mountain in Greece. So they were definitely limited on figuring out the size. they could, because if you're calculating the 15 degree per hour and you do that in a circle, you can also get 360 degree. So
it would still come back to a flat plane in their time, I think.
well, what I'm saying is they could deduce the size of the Earth from watching the time of the sun. If they're calculating shadows, so you can watch it because you can do it with a stick now. You can put a stick in the ground. You know, it rises in the east, sets in the west. You can watch that stick and you can time that stick as it goes. So you can deduce a lot from shadows, but you're presupposing what your shadow is indicating by
If you claim a ball, yeah.
Exactly.
If you claim a ball,
exactly. And one of the simple proofs is that the experiment is you can duplicate it on a flat plane with a close light. So
Right, like presupposing what the shadow inside of in a well is indicating.
Well, that's what I mean. The thought alone is like, okay, so for instance, you're at this well, and obviously, if you're 500 miles away from this, well, like, I mean, the story itself is just doesn't make sense.
It's ridiculous.
Because at the end of the day, you could pay some guy to walk 500 miles away, but is he measuring the shadow for you accurately? You know what I mean? Like, that's a weak argument to myself saying that. It's just you can presuppose things and make things work on both models. It's seeing how they reverse engineered it is what the beauty of all this is, because it's really going. I need to prove the Earth is a ball because I think it. It's not going where I live. Where do I live? It's no, I live here and I'll show you. So.
Sorry that the link I put in the chat wasn't for anybody. That I just put. I'm dragging over a link that I got from my other computer because this one doesn't take an SD card. But yeah, like this is where I was writing down the angles of the moon. It was like into the sun, and I just wanted to. It's insane the difference. Like this, if you actually pay attention to moonrise and sunrise, you cannot fit this into a globe model. You can't.
It doesn't appear to be so. I was on ESA Space Agency website, and there is a sunset in there that actually it blew my mind, because they're showing you. I believe that they have to show you, and you have to choose to believe something else. I think this is what this life is about. You're presented the truth. You're given the opportunity all the time to choose. It's sort of like having one foot in one door and one foot in the other door. And I see a lot of people live like that. Just hard to make a decision, hard to, execute. They just want to follow what they want to fit in and be cool, right? That's the whole point. I think every flat earther who's become a flat earther, in a way, regrets that in a sense that you just becoming extremely unpopular. With the ideas, but really the idea is I just want to know where I live. I don't want to presuppose it anymore, because all this presupposing has got me as CGI images, has got me these wonderful ad hoc explanations. But what can I prove to myself? Give me something I can prove to myself. So when you look at ESA's website and you see this huge distance of flat level plane, your eyes, you just roll your eyes, because you're like, it's flat, it's observably flat. And then you see the sun doing what you would expect it to do on a level plane as it moves away from you. It doesn't dip down, it actually just fades away. It reminded me very much of Dirth's video, Deep in the Rabbit Hole, David Weiss. I believe he had a drone video footage of the same thing, representing the same thing. Now there was questions whether or not this footage was real, but I'm just saying I saw the same effect on ESA Space Agency balloon footage, and it's very fascinating that they'll show you the moon rising in their footage. They'll show you this stuff, like they'll literally show the moon rising. It doesn't look real to me, because it's a high altitude balloon showing the moon coming closer and getting bigger and filling up. I don't know if you've seen these things. So half the battle is having trust. Number one, finding a group you can trust. Now, I'm personally going to go through all the rigmarole here for myself, which is a balloon satellite, which is Pontchartrain, which is a Salton Sea, And then the last final is there's two facets of my doc in the book, which would be interviews with optometrists and undercover me asking pilots tons of questions and getting the same response over and over again. So taking us to the next level is not, I don't think it's sort of futile, because I think our conversation is getting more and more refined. You talking about how the sun and moon can't, right on, thanks, Plain Truth. The sun and moon can't work on a ball. People are like, how? Because it's just kind of like a hand wave, right? You just say it doesn't work on a ball, but how doesn't it work on a ball? Right? Well, there's lots of reasons why it doesn't work on a ball. Pick one. And then we focus on that one thing. I find a lot of people's attention span it has to be so simple, because you and me talking about the moon and the ball Earth, it's like, have you used Blender? Have you used an animation program? Have you tried modeling the model out?
No, I'm just looking at what I'm writing down, and these are based on my own actual using multiple compasses, comparing to a couple different websites that say what it should be.
Do you use time and date often?
I use time and date. I also use Stellarium, and then I'll just I'll look for random ones on like Google. What does Google say it's going to be that day? And then I'll go and look and see what it actually is. And they're all different. They're always all different. The time is always off by a couple minutes, the angle of rise. But I'm getting like 116 degrees north on December 1st, all the way down to 73 degrees northeast. And then down to 60 degrees on the 13th, back up to 83 degrees on the 18th, and then 119, 120 degrees on the 26th. So within less than a month, you're getting that like cut in half the angle.
So what that says to me, it says that it's not on a circular path. It's more
right, and then it climbs right back up, and then it's going in that, it's matching that 28 degree thing or 28 day pattern, but it's in such a sharp sine wave that the Earth would have to be, and the sun is doing the same thing. The Earth would have to be tilting what you would expect in a seasonal transition every month or two. Every month, it would have to do a full tilt and then tilt back.
Have you?
All right. There's a comment.
I was
by M Ball. Just check out the comment eyes to see, and see if that's anything you can follow up on.
Use Polaris to mark true north at your location. I mean, I do look at Polaris.
Yeah, you always have to use Polaris as a reference point, in my opinion, if you're in the north. It'll help you, especially if you're using if you're using 180 degree, and you pinpoint the zenith, or you pinpoint the azimuth at the middle point of the what's that thing called, the protractor. You put it in the middle of the protractor. It'll just help you line up more things too, right? But I always focus everything at the north. Immediately, it's the first thing I try to find. And I was going to say something and I forgot. I'm having a day today. Yeah. So check this out. So time and date. Now I think the first person I heard this from was Antonio Subirats. I never validated it. I just listened to him, and then I came across a video where a globe guy was saying, "Hey, look, we have an issue with our globe model. Here's the problem, and here's the remedy." I found it very interesting, and I actually forwarded it to Subirats there to overlook it. But if you go into time and date and you look at the dates of the equinoxes, you'll actually, because you brought up a very good point. Does the Earth, because during the equinoxes, the Earth is tilted, but it's the poles are parallel to the sun. That's why you get the equinox, right? If you look at the time and date, it shows that the equinox actually happens almost a month before the date. So if it's along its orbital path and at this position, does it retrograde back to tilt
again, like just go look at time at 8. You'll see. You'll be blown away how it's there in plain sight. It shows you that I think in 5 degrees above the equator, it 5 degrees above the equator, it happens in February, and then 1 second.
While he's on the phone,
Yeah. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
just as a side note, I just remembered something funny from what he was saying. Someone had brought up a question to me, trying to corner me and saying, okay, well, if you're on the equator during the solstice and the equinox, and they're just like bringing up all this stuff, and the sun is supposed to come up at this angle, or be directly overhead at noon, and it's supposed to set by this angle. How come it's not setting? How come at 5 o'clock it's already here, and then it's not setting 8 o'clock? Whatever they were saying. And if you actually go look at something like stellarium, or it's nothing compared to the textbook explanation of what it would be. It's not like that at all. It's hours off. The angle is off. It's not directly above overhead at whatever, and it sets.
So can you talk about, Danielle, what you think that means for I guess what reality is and what's available for people to research? I mean, the two conflict, right? So the one thing that I find sometimes when I look at the moon, particularly the moon, right? I mean, I have had sometimes where there's cloud cover in between two observations. So for instance, Monday night, I see an observation. And usually it's around full moon. Either the waxing or the waning, it doesn't really matter. So Monday night, it's this observation. Wednesday night, because there's been 2 days, let's do Thursday night, 2 days of cloud cover. On Thursday, I think, what the Smurf? How is the moon over there? That makes no sense. How did it get over there so fast? Because it just seems like out of the blue, it just zips.
I mean, you can get
yet,
a 40-degree difference in a week.
So let me ask you this question, because when I post questions like that on my Facebook page and say, look, guys, this is going on. What's going on? They're like, God, just go to Stellarium. It just shows you what's there.
Yeah.
The model's there. There's the model. I don't know.
Well, Stellarium is designed to make you think that you're. It's designed to make you see what you would expect thinking you're on a globe. But it doesn't show you when you tilt the view down. You're not going to see what's actually occurring in the sky if you walked out there and looked. If you were standing in two locations, if you had, I think it's really effective to get that sine wave pattern, even the stars, the constellations. If you have two cameras instead of just one. But I mean, there's so many different observations that need to be made to show these things. You can't just, you can't, and even one person doing it, you can't just say, yeah, well, this is what actually happens, because no one's listening. I can't even get sentences out of my mouth. I'm so frustrated because I'm watching the sun and moon every day that I can see it. I'm watching it come into view. I'm watching it exit view. I don't like to say rise and set, obviously, but
Okay, here we go. Stop. Okay. In the morning, the sun ingresses. In the evening, the sun egresses. That's an entrance and an exit. Ingress, morning, egress, evening. There you go.
Speaking of the sun rising, sorry to interrupt. Do you guys? There's a scripture quote that says the sun is like a bridegroom racing its circuit or eager to run its circuit. What do you think when somebody is not a globe earther, when they read that, what do they think they're reading? Because to me, it clearly says that
Well,
the sun.
let me answer that. Yeah, let me answer that from a biblical training perspective, where I, spent 8 years of my life in undergraduate and graduate biblical training. It's phenomenological. It doesn't mean that that's what is physically happening. That's what we think we're seeing. So that is the entire default interpretation of the observation. So the whole structure of the mechanism of the universe, even though the Bible might at times seem to conflict with it, it's what appears to be the case, even though it might not physically be that. That's what it appears to be.
I just find it interesting that there's a few references to the movement of the celestial bodies above, and the
that's
Catholic,
that's it. Yeah. That's
where I was raised.
That's the interesting aspect. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm totally talking over you. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I was raised in a Catholic school, right? And I was taught the Catholic teachings and educated by the Bible and all that stuff. Catholic, so Jesuit. So I find it perplexing that the literal explanations or apparent literal explanations are not even allegory at this point, but more of not even a metaphor. It's more of it's almost, if it's imaginary, it's almost deemed imaginary. And that's what I found studying with the Catholics, is that they really only accounted for a portion of the written word as literal, and most of it as a story, like a way to like a parable, a grand parable, let's say. So it wasn't that the sun was a bridegroom, right? Obviously, but it was still eager to make its path, so to speak. But the combination with fancy literary metaphors get translated and I believe misinterpreted, and then the intention behind that interpretation is what we're debating. Because to me, it's clear. It says that the sun moves a circuit, meaning it's not stationary.
Right, and I mean, people are just going to call it poetic writing. I mean, they're not. No one's even going to look at it.
Well, here's the funny part about it: is I have the equation of time. The equation of time is really the speed of the sun. It has nothing to do with rotation. If it was the equation of time, it would be the rotation of time, but it's not. It's solely based on the sun. So I find that really fascinating.
And yeah, I would like to hear you talk more about that someday.
Well, I'm learning on this stuff. I just right now what I'm doing is I'm applying the equation of time. I'm looking at the calendar dates, marking the times and the dates. Of course, it's weather dependent, and I live in rainforests, so it's shitty out here. So it's very hard. It's best suited for places like 360 days of sun. That's a better place to do the work. And of course, I'm not privileged to that. So we're at a loss immediately. But I think things are so plainly obvious that it's the obviousness is taken for granted because people prefer relative than absolute. And I think that's where we get lost, is because Socratically speaking, absolutes is how we move forward. We don't move forward by relativities. I mean, we can debate a crime. We can debate a motive of a crime. but you can't debate whether the Earth has physical reality or it doesn't have physical reality. It either does or it doesn't. It's just what language has been hijacked, and we have numbers working against us. So,
You mean the math? Yeah, of course.
well, no. Well, here's the thing. It's the numbers as far as like how many flat
Numbers
Earth.
take
I don't.
over language, right?
Well, I don't
Numbers
think
take
there's
over
6.
language.
I don't think there's 6 million flat earthers. I think there's way less than that. There has to be way less than that. Because if there was 6 million real flat earthers, there'd be 6 million videos. There'd be 6 million complaints. There'd be.
Yeah, I don't know about those numbers. I was just talking more about the numbers like you're talking about, perspective and the optics of the eye and shit. But those numbers have taken over what we see.
Well, we're in a
They
Pythagorean.
never teach us what you just said, FED, right? They never teach us that. They just show us a picture of a ball and say, hey, don't ever worry about what your eye sees. Right?
Well, at the end of the day, that's really the obvious gag. That's the simplistic breakdown of it, because everybody gets in an airplane. Everybody feels a stationary,
Yes.
flat level ride, and they can see for a long, long time. But being that said, they still think that is curvature. There seems to be like this major psychosis, if you will, or major gap between the educators claiming, like if we went right now and went to the Vice or Guardian or UK Express, we went to all these news articles and we searched up top 10 proofs of ball Earth. One of the top 3 proofs that they use is a person standing on the shore, taking binoculars and seeing the boat disappear bottom up, then the mast. Therefore, it's dipping down. But they don't tell you it's happening over a distance of 3 miles, which is not very far at all. They don't tell you that your eyesight ramps. First of all, they don't tell you that your eyesight is like a bifocal. It's divided 30% above and 30% below. They don't tell you this. You may go to a doctor or an optometrist and see this and go and talk to them, and it's just part of the eye. It has nothing to do with your world. Anyway, standing at any position where your eye is divided equally, 30% above, 30% below, you will have a vanishing line or a vanishing point. You'll have a divide. A horizon is an example of that bifocal divide, 30% above, 30% below. Meaning, any object that is below that 30% will rise upward into the center position. Any object above that 30% will rise or go downward into the center focal position. They don't tell you that your eye is creating, they don't come forward and tell you that the eye is creating your apparent convergence. They tell you that's Earth ball. So that when you get into a plane and you do go up, you kind of in your brain go, well, the Earth's a ball, but you don't compute that your ball Earth starts at 3 miles and then dramatically is flat for a very long time, but somehow it's noticeable at 3 miles standing on the shore. The logic and the consistency with that logic and understanding disappears. It's the suspension of disbelief is now engaged. And now you're looking out the window looking for curvature. So just as you were on the shore looking for curvature, you found it with binoculars. Now you're on a plane and you're looking way out there, and that's curvature to you. So it's 100% a cognitive mind. Like it's a willing, it's like a hypnotized willing effect to jump between both extremes, being a 6-foot observer and seeing the convergence of the sky and ground touch as little as 3 miles away, and then just elevating higher up and seeing another convergence points a little farther away. So you're always going to have these convergence points everywhere you go. There's no physical edge because they're apparent. They don't teach us that.
They use that against us, and it's evident in all of the curvature calculations. Test it. 1 foot, 1 mile equals 0.666 feet, a distance of 1.22459 miles away. Well, guess what? In the angular resolution formula, in the Rayleigh criterion formula, there's a constant, that 1.22 constant. This is all to do with how far we can see based on the limited angle of light and the size of our aperture. So the angle of light is relative to the distance of the object. The farther away the object, the tighter and tighter the angle of light is going to get to your eye, to eventually it's compressed into a point. And any object that has moved far away enough for you, but still in your frame of sight, but has risen to the focal point, will obstruct the bottom of any
Would
object moving.
Would you say, FED, would you say that, because there's the global perspective that light travels to my eye, and then I get to see, it travels to me, then I get to see, or would you kind of say that I see what the light has already done?
I'm not the transmitter. I'm the receiver. I'm not transmitting anything. I'm completely the receiver. On Earth, I receive everything. I do not. I'm not transmitting
I like that.
light waves. I'm not transmitting. I'm receiving everything around me. I'm subjected to my environment. And know this is that any object that you see that gets past the diffraction point, it's almost a physical edge, and it can be demonstrated in an experiment when you take any camera level to the ground and you divide that camera where you're emulating your natural perspective, which is a good example anybody wants to see is look down or look at blueprints from a hallway. Blueprints from any hallway that's made, the pieces are rectangular plane pieces. When constructed together, and then the human is standing down this frame or this long hallway, the human eye naturally divides, usually in my experience, divides the again, there's a bifocal, there's a divide there between the top and the bottom, and they converge into a point. So naturally, this is evident that our eye is a geometrical principle. It's actually nothing to do with the Earth because we're seeing it in a hallway. Why in a hallway? Because it's constructed by man using rectangular plane pieces. So we're using this construction. We are observing this construction. It's all Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry states that objects move into a focal point. We take that into the real world where we're subjected to, a little more magical experiences. And maybe now that I think about it, this is what the earlier explorers wrote about, was just refraction in the sky, little tiny refractions from lights and stuff like that. When I think about it, because they saw a lot of anomalies they couldn't explain. Like I said, they navigated using Euclidean instruments. They didn't focus on refraction, and it was non-existent, right? So
Exactly.
Anyway, I'm on a tangent. Thanks for letting me have that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Those little anomaly things we'll figure out, but go ahead. Keep going.
Well, I don't know what else I can conclude other than, look.
So my question to you was my question to myself was like, do I receive light or do I not emit light, but is it because I have eyes I can see light? And you gave a great explanation right there. Is I'm always the receiver. Absolutely. Throughout life, whatever it is.
Well, it's the conflation that people are you're 6 feet. I would even say 6 feet is tall for most people, right? So a lot of people are bridging this suspension of disbelief with, I don't know how to explain it. This fantasy they want to live.
You explained it very well about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, I think it's going to become a
thing was-
willing. I think it's going to become a willing choice soon enough, as more people catch on and understand that what I'm saying is actually can be proven. You can actually test my claims. You can use aerial photography to show, a couple hundred square miles of Earth, and then it's just there. You can see, and anybody wanting to. It's just taking the time, but you know what? I mean, how many numbers do you think there is of flat earthers, really?
Numbers of flat, I don't know, and I actually don't care, really, because when I walk into town, I live in a small town, none of them are, so I don't care. I just don't really care. It's just me, my mom, Travis. I go back on the phone and like, ugh, we got to get back, back home. And so we come back on these shows just to meet with highly intellectual dudes like yourself, eyes to see, doing experiments, doing all this, video stuff. And it's just, that's what life has become now, right? Like, you have to go mobile or internet, let's say, to get your voice across. And I'm so happy that FED came on here, because I've heard you on other shows and I really respected your opinion, but you got cut off so bad and everybody hates you and all this shit. But I think.
Well, I'm kind of going in there.
Let me just echo that real quick, because I think that unfortunately the format and the platforms that you've tried to participate in have not been conducive to the information that you have available for everyone. And what we've heard tonight, I think, is just a rich demonstration of really what needs to happen in terms of stepping back and looking at the information again. So I want to echo what Aaron has said, and then I think that the way that you have presented yourself tonight has just been absolutely fantastic. Although that 99.9% of it went completely over my head, so I'm gonna have to listen back to it. But I want to say thanks, because I have known from the start that you are going to be someone who pushes us past the threshold. So whatever that's worth.
Well, sounds fun to me. Where's the beer?
Everybody drink.
Hey, what kind of beer are we having?
I'm just joking. I don't have any beer. I am beerless. I was actually a little jealous. I think you Travis showed a beer there the other day. You showed these.
Yeah.
So I like craft beer for sure. I like myself a real thick, heavy IPA. I like a good Guinness. So maybe one of these days in the future, I meet up with you in the States again.
Big time, yeah, for sure.
Somebody's hot micing.
So
that was me. I was crinkling up a chocolate wrapper. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the one that talked, Mr. Dryer Boy.
Hey, my shed actually has a washer dryer. Come on, I'm not Dell. Okay.
I can't get.
What's going on? Who's showing us a bottle of? Is that you, Daniel? Oh yeah, that's you.
That's my home. You can tell I like it.
Yeah, it's empty. It's empty. Would you start that like 10 minutes ago?
I've had this for at least 5 days. Thank you.
At least 5 days. Just give me 3 fingers every day. I'll be done. 3 fingers.
What is that you got there, Travis? What is that called?
What are you talking about?
What is that? I saw a bottle. What was that bottle?
That was mine.
Oh,
that was Danielle. She was showing us what a lush she was.
No, it's just some herb. This is excellent rum, okay?
Nice.
Oh, I love rum. I'm a rum drinker.
Yeah, I like dark spiced rum.
Yeah, it's so good, right?
But Like,
I'm a spice rum drinker also.
Eggnog and spiced rum. That's the only time I drink the spiced rum is in an eggnog.
There you go. There you go.
Do you guys drink eggnog? You guys in the States? I'm in Canada here.
Yeah, I want
Well,
to know. I'm curious. Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, where are you from, FED?
Chilliwack, British Columbia.
Chilliwack, BC. Okay, so I lived in Seattle.
Right on. Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
So how far away from Seattle is?
Oh,
'Cause
now?
BC is huge.
Yeah, maybe 2 hours.
Okay. Now
I
I
really-
live in
Okay,
Texas,
so-
so close.
I've been meaning to ask you, Travis, how was the Dallas convention?
Well, I had my attention split because I was there with the documentary team for the Shelley team on the Flat Earth documentary. So I was really pretty much a gopher trying to line up everybody who we wanted to have for interviews. I did not participate.
Travis, he just asked you, how was your experience there?
No, he's telling me I like this stuff because
Okay.
The reason is that you know I feel like I support it 100%. I just wish I could have been there.
Yeah.
So I like to hear. I
So-
know this. I know the struggle of putting.
My fault.
No worries. I know the struggle
Yeah,
of
yeah,
putting. I know the struggle of putting stuff together, like putting film together and stuff. So I appreciate that. So I like to hear about it, man.
Yeah, so I guess if I could dumb it down for the low level cookie shelf people like Aaron, if I could dumb it down to that level, it would be that for me the best time is out in the halls, just having conversations with real life people. And you can touch on every single topic in those available opportunities. Conversely, if you want to geek out, if you want to just sit in a lecture, then by all means, those lectures are going to meet that criterion as well. So it just depends on where you fall. Do you want to geek out, or do you want to socialize and talk about everything from a experience? I was a gopher, so it wasn't great, but I tried to get as much out of it as I could along the way.
So you basically missed out on all the good stuff. What you're saying, so you have to see it back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now on the first one, when I went to Denver, when I went to Denver the year before, I was completely just free. I could do whatever. And that was me going out into I was like the wallflower. I was just watching someone. I was watching a conversation. I was standing there on the outside and just listening to the discussions that were happening. And those were for me, I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
that's what
the
it's about, man.
discussions
I mean,
of the YouTubers that you've seen before, right? And they were talking in Denver, right?
is Denver a pretty cool city?
I only was at the hotel, so I couldn't even tell you.
It's I heard Denver's pretty interesting. One of my that I go to Denver.
Are you talking about the Masonic influences there at the airport?
Well, see, when I first started the looking into flat Earth and stuff, I noticed a lot of information came out of Colorado, right? And according to like Google Trends and everything, a lot of the buzz was there. So I just find it interesting that the airport is there, and that the motivators, let's call them, would be originating from there. So I found that very interesting. So I'll be looking into, just looking at the airport, looking at the structures there, because the real the real spark, if you will, yeah, it appears that it started in like Denver and a little bit over in the UK, of course, and whatever. But it's just interesting when you look.
It is interesting when you look. Yes, it is.
Because you're like, oh, okay, Mick West, he all of a sudden birthed the calculator in 2014. And what is he? Is he a video game programmer? Why does he have an Earth curve calculator? In 2014 in early April. Huh. Okay. And then you see, you see all the, you just see all these like placed things, and you're kind of like, huh. But that's only after the fact, of course, right? When you
Of
use
course,
the,
of course.
yeah,
2020. Yep.
exactly. So, and like I say, I urge anybody to use the Wayback Machine because it's fantastic. I'm surprised that maybe they do manage that. I don't know, but it's great for research, right? Looking at what the changes are, the improvements, the
What have you? Why were you kind of interested when you said that Travis went to Denver? Like, what sparked your interest there?
Oh, I just, like I said, when you look at the Google Trends and searches and stuff, a lot of the motivators, like the content creators, came from Colorado, like Globebusters, FE Core.
Okay.
It seemed to be that whole crew, right? The whole thing. So I just
Kinda.
I find it fascinating.
But you've never looked into Denver Airport?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing, right? Denver Airport is the murals are representation of apocalypse, right? Well, ironically, I guess the Greek translation of apocalypse, because I think most of us understand it as like the end, supposedly, or the destruction or whatever. I guess some may interpret it as a revealing of knowledge. And so the Denver airport appears to be revealing knowledge, right? So the world, a space agency came, right? They came and the whole Cold War, the splitting of Operation Paperclip, the splitting of all the SS Nazi soldiers, and 1,500 to Russia, 3,000 to the US or whatever, and then you get the space program, right? It is kind of it's very fascinating if you are a ruler. If you think of from a ruler, try to think from a ruler's perspective, because you just can't. But if you try,
Exactly.
it's just fascinating
What would you do, right? What would you
exactly
do?
right. And that's the position that I take in. It's sort of like profiling, right? You profile your person, you profile the patterns of thinking, and then you approach it from their pattern of thinking. And this is not new. I mean, I think Sir Winston Churchill did it, right? He would study everything about
Absolutely not me.
his guest, and then appeal to his whatever it is, appeal to his sensibility or whatever.
Favoritism,
Yeah,
propaganda.
and you get in and get information from that person, right? So as a ruler, you would probably, because you're a man, right? You have family, you have kids, you have a wife, you have heritage, money, right? You still have a responsibility. I mean, your family looks at you. I'd imagine this is what it would be. You're not some lizard, are you? Don't tell me you're a lizard hiding in the corner, fucking eating
No, I'm
flies.
not a lizard. Yeah.
Not you. I'm talking about the elites, right? Because doesn't David Icke talk about lizard people rule the world? This insane stuff. So yeah, it's just interesting.
I don't think they're lizards. I don't think they're lizards, but I do think they're humans. And if they can control my mind, which they have before, and still do probably to a great extent, wow, being able to break through that, right? To see them now, right? Now I can see them. Because before, when you're controlled, you cannot see them. You're just like, oh, this is what it is. Here we go. Here's life. That's all it is. Oh my god. Boom 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 boom.
It's true.
Pay
It's bliss.
taxes.
Ignorance is bliss, right? That's the
That's
idea.
right.
I mean, anybody who studies economics, who gets into using algorithms or models for economies. You understand it's just a crazy game in itself,
Yeah.
where you have people building
It's a population
algorithm.
game, right?
Yeah,
Of,
it's very fascinating what to do.
labor. Yeah, of labor. That's all it is.
So they know the Earth's flat. The United States Army knows the Earth's flat. The NASA knows the Earth's flat. In my opinion, they all know it's flat. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson knows it's flat at 128,000 feet. So they are. We have to change as a society. I think.
Why would they want to portray? I believe you. I believe the same as you. NASA knows flat. The United States government or certain factions know it's flat. Neil deGrasse Tyson knows it's flat. Science, a certain portion of it, knows it's flat. Why would they want to make it a globe? Why would they push the globe issue? Why would they do that? What's the point?
I have I can back up my claim of what I can suggest it's originated from. It doesn't come from well, obviously it comes from Pythagoras, the cult Aristarchus, right? It comes from the Greek cult, the Pythagoreans. Fundamentally, they believe that everything in the world was perfect.
I'm asking you, why would Neil deGrasse Tyson push a globe? Even though he knows it's flat, he has to know he's a spokesman for the globe, but in his mind he knows, but he's the front man. Why would he still push the globe, knowing that it's
here's
flat?
the thing. Here's the thing. I'll give you this analogy. Let's say you and your buddy are best friends forever, like awesome, hanging out awesome, and all of a sudden you get like a ton of cash, right? And he's working hard. He doesn't have any cash. He's living paycheck to paycheck. And all of a sudden, whatever, your relationship's going to change, right? He's going to look at you differently, or he's going to ask you for money. You've been buddies for a long time, right? And you're going to look at him. Now you have a person here who has two ways of being. A person who has that money and can look at somebody unfortunate and not even give two shits and live happy, no problem. Then there's the other person who has that money and feels like I can't enjoy this money because look at this, how these other people live. Neil deGrasse Tyson's the kind of guy. Sorry here.
That's okay. Answer.
Listen,
Sorry.
that ringtone needs updated. Come on now.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
What the hell?
Holy fuck. I'm just gonna mute it.
1993. Come on. Update the ringtone, bro. Handheld Nokia. I mean, are you kidding me?
They're power calling me, but I wanted to make. I was just about to finish my point before that thing happened. What the heck was I saying now?
Let me ask you this out. Why would the Navy, Army knows it's flat?
So there's
right?
there's two kinds of
Okay,
people.
but hold on. Not everyone in the Navy, not Army, knows it's flat. Why would the let's call the intellectuals? Why would they push the globe part of it? Why would they push the curve to the
Because it's a religion. It's a religion. These people actually have a religion. So I will tell you why. I will tell you why if you hear me out. So there's people that live in this world, that rule this world. They have a religion. Their religion is not what's in the Bible. It's not anywhere near what's written in the Bible. If we're going to use the Bible as a reference, because to me the Bible references the earth is an inscribed circle, right?
We're cool.
That's what it said. So this inscribed circle is what it matches my observable reality. So if I'm flying a plane, I see in a circular view, I see an apparent horizon, knowing it's not real because the definition says it's an apparent junction. In other words, it's not curve. It's an apparent thing. It's due to our eyes. The logical reason is who's now responsible for creating this world? What kind of people are they? Well, there's this thing called the Ein Sof, okay? So there is a group of people who believe that the earth is an actual living ball, and it's called Ein Sof, EINSOF. Now, I find the same people who are pushing the same quantum mechanics, quantum physics, the quantum world, which is basically fundamentally the study of the tiniest light particle. That's all it is. Okay. No magic. But where that tiny light particle has a wave, has a mass, has a field, this is debating, but it's just the tiniest object of light. Everything is revolving around that light factor. There are people that have a religion about what that light means, where that light comes from, and they I'll give you an example. So in 1927, the Universal came out, and they had a ball and animation, black and white animation. This ball was rotating and it had a little plane by it. I'm sure everybody has seen this ball. This is before Auguste Piccard went 52,000 feet in 1933. Okay. So we had somebody presupposing our life at 1927 already. The people that presuppose that existence gets the information from the book Zohar.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the media was already out there, right?
So the information comes from the book Zohar. So if you look into the book Zohar, you will find that this guy talks about the shape of the earth. He says that there are 7 continents, and the word antipode is where that word comes from, is the book Zohar. So the people that run this world have a religion. That's all it is. So you wanted to ask why they're presenting a ball? Why are they doing the ball? It's because they have a religion. That's all it is. You're seeing their religion. Their religion is one world government, globe,
Okay.
power.
Now, hold on. Now you're getting into why they want to present the ball to us. Okay.
Well, the whole
You just talked
globalism
about
thing.
how they formulated that. Now, what is the reason? Why? For me and you, why do they want me to believe I live on a ball? Why is that?
So control, right? So if you are, if we're going to look at, we can look at 2 facets of reality. We can look at with a metaphysical idea of it,
Yeah.
or we can look at a practically running a society idea of it. Ah, fuck.
Smurf. It's Smurf. Okay, everybody. It's Smurf.
It is Smurf phone, isn't it? It sounds like a
Smurf at
phone.
all? What the Smurf?
I never enjoyed the other version. Oh fuck.
Smurf. What are you doing? You're the one that taught me.
I know, and you're laughing and you just like can't wait for every opportunity.
Hey, you guys spank each other off channel. No, not right now. Not right now.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were online. Yeah, that was here.
Okay, I was live.
Yeah, that was live. That went out. Can't get back.
I thought I was having a great combo with FED, but anyway.
Yeah.
You were until his MIDI file ringtone started.
His Smurf phone, you know.
Oh goodness.
So Danielle, you started your own little parallel universe over there with the Munich Foucault pendulum. Tell us about that. What's going on?
Because Mball has pointed out.
She loves swinging balls, Travis. I mean, listen to.
Why are you talking, Aaron? Why are you talking right now? Is your name Danielle? I don't think so.
Okay. My phone's getting hot, by the way. What the hell is going on?
You know,
it's because you're standing too close to the dryer, Aaron. Go on mute and move away from the dryer. Just carry on, Danielle.
You can mute Aaron, you know. Okay, so Mball was lovely enough to point out to me that the Foucault pendulum that you are seeing in my stream, that I'm streaming your stream inside of, wasn't going to take your viewers, Travis, not like that. It is stuck in the Twilight Zone once again. So, yeah. That side-to-side motion where it forgets that the Earth is spinning and it's supposed to show precession. Amanda Young in my chat asks, trying to figure out what I'm looking at. What is that? That is called a Foucault's pendulum. It's hanging in the university in Munich, Germany. It swings back and forth, and it is supposed to indicate, well, if you calculate based on the latitude that the pendulum is located, it should rotate around. It should go in a circle. See how it's swinging back and forth side to side like that? It should sort of skip over just a little bit every swing and make its way, appearing as though it's moving in a circle, although it's just a frame of reference and really the globe's spinning underneath of it, but it's actually not. It should go around a certain amount of degrees based on the latitude that it's located. If it was at the North Pole, it should make a full 360 degrees within a 24-hour period. This one is at the 48th degree, about 48 degrees north. So it's 11.5 degrees per hour, I think. Last week when I streamed it, I did about 6 hours. It did about 22.5 degrees per hour. And now it looks like it's not doing any degrees per hour, which, based on science and science's prescription for this type of thingy here, that should only occur at the equator. This obviously is not the equator. It's in Germany.
All right, Danielle. Blue Marble Science post. I'm gonna post this in the stream. I want you to read what he posted because I can't make any sense of it here.
I have two computers here. I've got like a command center going on. Sean Hawkins, what a rude little bitch you are, Sean. Who are you talking to? Me? That's in my stream.
Where's
sorry.
Sean Hawkins?
He's in my.
Okay, yeah.
He was pretending to be Nathan Thompson last week. Anyway.
All right. So anyway, Blue Marble Science has a statement.
Would you like to read it, or would you like me to?
Go ahead, because it's to you.
Which proves what eyes, other than something's wrong with that one pendulum? Well, something's wrong with all those pendulums, Blue Marble Science, because they have electromagnetic mechanisms that give them a little push or a little tug every time it goes past the center, which supposedly is supposed to keep it from stopping, to keep it swinging. It's not supposed to give it any kind of clockwise shove, making it go in the procession on purpose. Oh, and I'm sure they wouldn't tweak them to make them go the proper amount of procession. No, they wouldn't do it. Actually have documentation where they are doing that. They put it up there, and a pendulum will swing for a really long time on its own. Will you stop it, Sean Hawkins? I mean, come on. Okay. And it should show if the Earth was a spinning underneath of that pendulum, which doesn't really make sense to me because it's attached to a building, which is attached to the ground. How is it going to spin under it? I mean, no. But yeah, it should show exactly the right amount of precession. Now, Eyes is just lying about how they work. No, I'm not lying about how they work. Here, I will. Let's go on to let's go read. Actually, right here next to this pendulum, on my page here. Let's do this. A Foucault pendulum.
Okay, let me jump in real quick. Hold on. Let me jump in real quick. It is Pacific Standard Time, 10 minutes to 10, which means it's 10 minutes to 1, which means I'm still kind of catching up. I'm old. I'm getting tired. We're going to be 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left, okay? Carry on.
Like these people, if they would like to come to my stream, if you get sleepy, Grandpa, and you want to go to bed, they can come argue with me about it in my stream later. That's fine. But yeah. So something I have observed, about multiple pendulums, there doesn't seem to be any specific formula for determining how long the cord is that it's hanging from the wire and the weight of the ball. In fact, the one here where I live, the University of Louisville, they don't know how much it weighs. They even say that in their blueprints for it. They're not sure. They have no idea.
They have no idea how much the actual pendulum weighs. They don't even know.
No.
That's funny.
This one here in Germany, they don't know most of the details about this. I have an email. I've read it on one of the streams. I can do that again. I'll fish it up in a minute.
Yeah,
But they're kind of guessing.
how much it's away.
So, away from the equator, the co-rotating with the Earth is diminished. Between the poles and the equator, the plane of oscillation is rotating both with respect to the stars and respect to the Earth. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. The direction of the plane of oscillation of a pendulum with respect to the Earth rotates with an angular speed proportional to the sine of its latitude. Thus, one at 45 degrees rotates once every 1.4 days, and one at 30 degrees latitude every 2 days. This one is at 48 degrees north. The way I calculate that, I take the sine of the latitude times 360, and the answer is how many degrees it should do in a 24-hour period. It's 200 and something, 250 something, 60 something, I don't remember. It ends up being 11.5 degrees, about 11.5 degrees per hour, maybe 11.4, I'm not sure. I'll calculate it up and put it in my stream in a minute. The last week, I did this pendulum. It was 22.5. It was double. It went 12 hours of precession in 6 hours. Sometimes it doesn't move in. It doesn't go at all. Right now, it's not moving. So if the Earth was spinning, it should naturally show the precession on its own. It should just do it. But these things are rigged up with electromagnetic mechanisms, electrical pulses that push it to keep it from stopping. That's what they say it's for, just to keep it from stopping. The one here in Louisville actually says that it pushes it and it throws it off course every time it does that. They actually admit that. I've found lots of different setups, different types of wiring, ones where it doesn't show the right amount of precession, so they change it. They tweak it a little bit until it shows the right precession. They're forcing it to make it look like it's on a globe. They're rigged. Every single one of these is crap. It should work perfectly without anything pushing it. None of them do. Unless they're rigged. And then they still don't really. That's all.
Okay, I am going to call it quits because I guess according to some people, I'm a grandpa. So everybody, thank you so much for participating in this stream. I think it has been absolutely gold. If you have gotten here toward the end, make sure that you go back and re-listen because a lot of fantastic stuff was talked about. Stuff that was over my head, which means it was fantastic because I got to listen to it again. And we just had some great interaction. Thanks for everybody. I guess looks like Flat Earth Data left already, but Danielle, thank you so much for being here. Aaron as well. We had Mark Doxey at the very beginning, and you guys have carried it along. So, anything as we wrap up?
That was lovely. Thank you.
All right, so I posted the chat for anybody else who wants to jump on over. I'll do it one more time. This is Danielle's chat. It is going right now, and so there you go. This has been The Plain Truth with a live stream talking about anything that comes across our radar. I am in California right now, shooting the Channel Islands, trying to document as much information as I can to discuss the issues of refraction, distortion, mirage, distance, and, as always, Danielle, Aaron, together, shall we? 1, 2, 3. Either band.
Oh, yeah.
Why was I the only one? Come on now. All right, no worries.
I want to be roadie.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Ether band. I was muted. Sorry.
Yeah, everybody drink. What did you say, Danielle? Last week, what?
Somebody told me I was a roadie or wannabe roadie or something. I wasn't.
Well, that's a roadie is much more respectable than a groupie, so I would go with roadie. Okay.
Okay. But I'm in the band.
Yeah.
Hey,
no worries. Okay. Yeah. You're definitely in the band. Definitely.
But right? Either or, you're in the band.
Well, yeah.
All right, Danielle, good luck with your stream over there as you pick up from here. Here comes the baton. I am passing it off and hitting the sheets so I can get up in the morning and get out there to the Channel Islands. I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, hold on real quick. Sean G says, the plain truth, where can I come up first thing in the morning? Sean G wants to meet up with me. Sean G, why don't you find out how to super chat Danielle? And if she lets me know that you've done that, I'll give you my coordinates there, big guy. This has been the plain truth. What?
I'll drop my PayPal link in my chat.
There you go. Here it comes. This has been the plain truth. I'm your host, Travis Finley. Until next time.
Nice.